that's making its debut today at these games. We've got group games beginning. A couple are already underway, but we should explain the rules, shouldn't we? Because it is the same format that we've seen over the last few days. So teams have to play on the console first, that's the digital, and then they swap over to the court, the five-a-side court, that is the physical. And when they play the digital, it's basically a 6-minute match, and there are 2 3-minute halves, and then when they switch over to the football, it's for 10 minutes they play 2 5-minute halves. And we were just mentioning, before we got interrupted by the pig, that
it's a very pleasant pig.
Yeah, I didn't mean that rudely.
Yeah.
Don't mean to offend any puppet pigs, but if you lose badly in the digital, you've got a lot of catching up to do on the court, because the score gets transferred over. So it's a direct transfer of the score. So if you're 3-0 down, you're 3-0 down at the start of the physical game. I'm watching the basketball, which has been sort of continuing over the last few days. You notice that if a team loses heavily on the computer, it really changes the tactics that they have to adopt for the physical part of the contest.
They have to go all out.
And you see them gathering around, talking to one another, how are we going to approach this? And it's crucial. But I believe in the football particularly, they've got clubs here, such as Lokomotiv, who've got esports teams. And we know over the last few years, a number of professional clubs have decided to have esport departments. Yeah. And they will be extremely good at these games. So I imagine a lot of these games will be tight. I don't think it will be like the basketball, where perhaps people are trying it for the first time, or for mixed martial arts, where fighters are trying Mortal Kombat for the first time. I think from the word go, it will be a very high level. Just
before we go to a piece, just on what we were hearing there with, do we call it the pig?
I'm going to puppet pig.
Tim and the pig. But one of the points, it was a serious point made about how you get children to put the joystick, to put the games controller down and actually get into the field, onto the rink, onto the court, because it is a worry for a generation thinking it's all very well playing gaming and it's a big business, esports is booming, but we also want them to get out and play. Parents are terrified that they're going to be stuck in their rooms. And this, just to go back to what we were saying about phygital sports, this is what we're hoping it leads to, a boom in both, so that it's all very well playing the games in your bedroom, but get out there, show what you can do physically. And this is what we've been seeing and will be seeing for the next number of days here at the Phygital Games, the inaugural Phygital Games taking place in Kazan. Yeah, well, actually, now, there are many events taking place, right? There's 21 in total. Most of them are phygital. Most of them are sports that we recognise, such as basketball, football, but there's another one too called cyber athletics. Yeah, it's interesting.
It is interesting, isn't it? Because it's sort of geared towards people who are rehabilitating from an injury, perhaps have disabilities, and they are using the latest technology to do this, and they've managed to turn it into some sort of competitive event too, where I think there are physical challenges that have to be completed. So here's a bit more on that.
Hello guys, my name is Syahas, representing Team Tanah Air Indonesia. Of course, the first day of competition in Kazan, Games of the Future. The first day, it's kind of complicated, and it's a bit nervous because I'm using the nerves band, but yeah, we have to get used to it for that. So it's a bit complicated, but we will try our best for Indonesia. Let's see, guys.
Два дня участники проходили тренировки к этим соревнованиям. Буквально через несколько часов спортсмены начнут проходить трассу. Довольно-таки для них она оказалась сложной. Мы думали, как она вроде бы препятствий.
So we start to calm them down, prepare a plan to each individual part of our team. So that's it, and give them an exciting and enthusiasm to get more excited.
We were this close to winning. How I wish they could give us some seconds to complete. So I think we took the second position, being the loser, but there's another time to try again.
I'm feeling very honored to be here. for this tournament and the games of future. Really, we are very lucky, and thank you so much.
Today we are all together with the team that finished their part of competition even earlier than the time is over. So it's a great team. Hi guys, how are you?
How are you?
First of all, congratulations to all. It was a great result, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Should we wait something incredible at the second part?
Sure, let's go. Let's go. Let's get into it.
How you can do that one?
Because I'm very happy to be here, and I want to relax to do my best to support for own team. And yes, I do it. I did it. Yes.
Congratulations. Are you happy?
Yes, I'm very happy. Very happy. Thank you.
Yeah, what a great event.
Yeah.
Well done to them all.
Excellent stuff, and I'm really enjoying getting out and really competing as well there.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to see.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, let's quickly return to the basketball now, because as we mentioned earlier, it's underway. Teams are playing their second group game, and in case you need refreshing about the rules, here's a quick explainer.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. A game of phygital basketball has two parts. The teams play a basketball video game on a game console before competing on a physical court. Digital stage. The teams play 2-on-2. The digital game ends when one of the teams scores 19 points. The second stage begins after a 5-minute break. Physical stage. Physical basketball is played 2-on-2 with one basket. The physical game lasts 7 minutes. The game ends when one of the teams scores 39 points or time runs out. The winner is the team that has the highest score in both digital and physical games combined. In case of a tie, each team is awarded a series of 3 free throws. The group stage of the tournament has GSL-style groups, followed by single elimination playoffs. The teams that win all their group stage games go straight to the quarterfinals, while those who lose one game have to compete in another round. Let's go. Good luck. Have fun.
And up next, we have got two very decent teams, haven't we, Yunan, going head-to-head. Exponenta from Belarus against MDMX from China. And a win for either side would guarantee them a spot in the knockout stages, because they did both win their opening game. Looking at the Exponenta team, I was looking at the quote from one of their players, and he says, look, our tactics are very simple. Do well on the PlayStation and then focus on long-range shooting on the court. There's no messing about here. I only picked this up because I've heard other teams say, oh, we'll see how we get on the console, but we've got every confidence in our shooting ability on the hard court. But, you know, they're making it clear that if you want to go far in this competition, you have to be good at both.
For sure. You're looking at some of the teams, and when it comes to sport, I sometimes think revenge is one of the best momentum builders for something. And when you look at MDMX, they lost heavily to another team in this event in the warm-ups, Rambut, in the qualifying final. They had a great qualifying event, but then came unstuck in the final. So when you come into the tournament itself, that's when you really want to get your act together. As you say, they've got their first win under their belt. Going now, if they can get that straight into the quarters, you lose, you have that time as well.
All right. Well, look, they are getting ready with the joysticks now, and we can go live to that because they're 2-on-2 now on the console.
Revenge is a dish that's best served cold, and that's going to be the main theme of tonight's game between Exponenta team from Belarus and MDMX representing China. The two had met earlier this season, back in October, in the quarterfinals of the first phygital basketball competition, and it was the Chinese side who got the win, edging Exponenta team by a final score of 41 to just 40. So there was just 1 point between the two teams, and they both started off wins in Kazan this February. So it's going to be pretty exciting to watch them go face-to-face as we're getting familiar with the Belarus side, featuring Kirill Volodkin, Václav Bugaev, Roman Vorobey, and Daniil Pigul, who proves to be one of the biggest players on his team because he's good at both, at physical basketball and at digital basketball. His nickname is Pitbull, and quite deservedly so. We're going to see quite a lot of him tonight. Now, as for MDMX team representing China, there's just one player returning from the October competition, and that's Zhenyan Jian, who goes by the nickname rather, JZ. Cherry is Wenxian Zhang. He's a professional cyber athlete. So we're going to be seeing him in the digital competition in just a few moments. What's funny is that when it comes to digital basketball, unlike in hockey, you get quite a variety of players to choose from, because you can pick any player, any basketball legend with an overall 97 or less. So you can't pick Michael Jordan, per se, or you can't pick prime LeBron James. But other than that, there's a huge variety of players to choose from, and Chinese team actually went old school in their first game of the tournament as they picked Will Chamberlain and Jerry West. I'm not even sure that some of the fans are old enough to remember these basketball players. Kirill Volodkin and Daniil Pigul will start for Exponenta team, KV and Pitbull. That's the exact lineup they had in their previous game against Caribbean squad. And Kirill Volodkin decided to go old school as well in that one, as he picked Vince Carter, Toronto Raptors legend. It's old school, but not as old school as Jerry West and Will Chamberlain. And as for Daniil Pigul, he decided to go with Giannis Antetokounmpo. So Cherry and Rhythm Master is the nickname of Zhenyan Yang, are going to be playing for MDMX, and Ding Chen, the captain, as he's known on his team, will be on the substitute. Funny thing is, there are still referees even in the digital part of the game, because some players sometimes try to cheat a little bit and pick LeBron James, not from the Lakers, where he has under 97 overall, but they try to pick an older version of LeBron James back from his Cleveland days, and that avatar is actually over a 97 overall. So there's some cheating involved in that too, and that's why we have refs officiating even the digital part of the competition. Just something to keep in mind. And we're up with the first possession. It was MDMX, and it was Will Chamberlain just dunking it onto the Antetokounmpo. That's Daniil Pigul, answers right back. Now, if you score from inside the band, you get 1 point. And if you score from beyond the arc, you get 2 points. And that's exactly what Steph Curry is trying to do right now. That's Kirill Volodkin. Steph Curry is his favorite player. But like I said, early in the competition, he opted for Vince Carter. Apparently, he wasn't too happy with his decision back then, so he decided to change something up. Another cool thing to look out for is that so far in the competition, it's usually the team that wins the digital part of the game that goes to win the game overall. Will Chamberlain with another pretty dunk, and MDMX are up by 2. So you don't want to lose this battle, as Will Chamberlain with a huge block shot right under the rim. That was pretty to see. So you don't want to lose this part of the game badly. But the thing is that both Exponenta and MDMX might actually be a little better on the digital court than on the hard floor in real life. At the very least, they both won their games in the digital world a couple of days back. Chinese team with an early 3-point lead. Keep in mind that you have to score, whoever scores 19 points first gets the win in the digital competition. And now the Chinese side is up by 5. They're running away with it. Chamberlain with another dunk. And now Jerry West taking a long-range shot. Jerry West is surprisingly a pretty good player to choose for the digital competition, as he is one of the most well-balanced players on the team. Antetokounmpo, he's not really known for his long-range shots. He's pretty good inside the 3-second zone. And that's Pegul, who's playing for the Greek Freak, as he's known in the world of basketball. Now Will Chamberlain has got a hot hand, and so does Steph Curry. You see that flaming icon near the name? That means that while you got it on, all of your stats are going to be temporarily improved. So you quite literally have a hot hand, and it's easier for you to score points like that. MDMX with a 10-2 lead, and a shot goes in from downtown. Antetokounmpo making his way to the area directly under the rim. That's exactly what we saw from Daniil Pegul a couple of days ago. That seems to be his go-to move. Just get to the rim, couple of pump fakes, and then he stuffs it in. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. And he's just done it again. MDMX are running away with it. 13-2 is the score right now, as Will Chamberlain stuffs in another one. Now you got 40 seconds per possession in the game, which isn't quite exactly what you get in real life basketball, where it's 24. And another thing to keep in mind is that you can foul as many times as you like on the digital court. It's going to cause a stoppage of play, and the possession will be returned to the team that had the possession. So you don't really have anything to lose. So a lot of players try to attempt a lot of steals, because then they know there really isn't any penalty for that. Antetokounmpo stuffing in another one. And MDMX's lead just keeps getting better. It's 16-4 now. They're only 3 points away from winning the digital part of the game. Will Chamberlain plays it to Steph Curry. And now the shot, and that's good for 2. Jerry West, played by Cherry. Gets the ball back, plays it to Antetokounmpo. Great pump fake, and they score of it. 18-5 is the score right now, and the Chinese side are just 1 point away from winning the battle. But obviously they will try to go for the 2-pointer to win it, to reach not the 19-point plateau, but hit the 20 and carry that extra point into the physical part of the game as well. Curry plays it to Will Chamberlain. Back to Steph Curry. He's known for his long shots. Here comes one of them, and he's good. He's good, and it's all over in the digital part of the game. We're going to take a 5-minute break for the players to get ready to play on the hard floor. But for right now, back to you guys.
Running away with it, aren't they? 19 points to 6 after the digital.
Steph Curry with the hot hand, just draining all those threes. I particularly like, because it's the first time seeing this commentating team. There are so many good facts, but to see the young and the old, the mix of the classic and the modern player there. But as you say, on the MDMX, just absolutely hitting 19.
They are. And we'll come back to that shortly for the physical part of the contest. Now, we've been dying to get to the robots, and we can do it right now. Tim Kirby is there live for us in Kazan. Tim, good afternoon. Do you know what? I've been looking forward to this event immensely. For me, it's a bit like mixed martial arts, but for metal machines.
Good afternoon, friends. Yes, I think you're right about that, because to my surprise, there was just the first battle. Not that that was surprising, but these robots were in the 70-kilogram roughly weight class, and one of them looked like it hit the top of the cage. That is awesome. Seeing the sparks fly, seeing 70 kilograms of metal go, I don't know, what's that, 3 meters, 4 meters up in the air? That's pretty sweet, guys. That is pretty sweet. And one of the teams that actually walked away with the win was DS Robotics, who I interviewed right before this match started. So something for people to stay tuned to.
Yeah, hopefully we'll catch up with that. Can you just run through the rules, Tim? What do the robots have to do, essentially, and how long have they got to do it?
Well, it's ultimately the concept of a last man standing match. Essentially, when the robots, of all the robots that are competing, whether it be 2-1-on-1 or a 4-man free-for-all, whichever robot is left moving is the winner, essentially. So it sort of works almost like a demolition derby, if you're familiar with one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Yunan is a bit of an expert on this. He's been doing some research on the tactics that are used. What did you say? A flipper, a spinner?
I'm not sure I'm an expert, but I just like the fact that there's 3 main themes, team. Spinners, flippers, hammers. So there's a lot of destruction going on, and it depends on how fast those robots are versus how heavy they are. There's a lot of technical things, but at the end of the day, it's all about smashing.
If I may, I'd just like to add that in the previous match, it was all about these spinners. 2 of the robots that had sort of rotating blades of a sort, when they hit really hard compared to the other mechanisms, and they definitely dominated until one of them just sort of mysteriously kind of got stuck on one of the really lower robots. But hey, even if your robot doesn't get disabled, if it gets stuck, you'll lose.
Yeah, and there sounds to be quite an atmosphere there at the moment, Tim. What with the loud music and the fans, what is the sort of the crowd that's there at the moment? Is it packed?
Yes, actually, we are in the Kazan Circus, so normally you'd be seeing circus entertainment here. But as I look around, yeah, every seat is full. It's a complete full house. I don't know what the capacity of this place is. I'd have to guess 10,000 people or something like that. Complete full capacity.
All right, Tim, look, great. Glad to have you down there, and we'll be coming back to you throughout the day too. That was Tim Kirby at the Robots. Looks great, doesn't it? I can't wait to see the highlights of this.
Well, Saturday especially, as Tim was saying, you'll have a mix of people off work, families getting together, along with those people who really love their battle robots coming together to get a real sense of what's going on there. So I'm looking forward to that. You've been building it up, Andy, all
I have. I'm going to carry on. Tell you, foot to the pedal on this one. I love it. So there are teams from all over the world, right? I looked at the teams: Russia, Iran, India, Brazil, Ecuador, and China. Obviously, engineers are important, technicians are important, pilots are important, and you mentioned that some might include artificial intelligence to steer their robots. That's what you told me a week or so ago. So I don't know whether that's included in the design either, but there's a lot to get on top of and enjoy, isn't there? And even if you know nothing about it, when you just watch it, it's just fun, and that's basically it, isn't it?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of demolition going on. There's going to be a lot of broken metal in places as well. Okay, but as we say, a lot of sports today to get through. Where are we heading next?
We're going next to the physical part of the basketball, because Exponenta have got an awful lot of work to do. They're a Belarusian team. They're up against MDMX from China, and MDMX have got a 19-6 lead from the digital. This is the physical coming up next.
The digital part of the game is in the books. Now let's get physical. Exponenta team have a very steep hill to climb in this one as they're trying to overcome a huge deficit in points. MDMX can choose the tactics of just working the clock, really, because it's a 7-minute game, but you only get 12 seconds per possession. So you can't waste too much time, but you sure can waste some of it. Ding Cheng will be on the court, the captain, and he will be out there with Rhythm Master. That's an interesting change, because the hero of the first game at the tournaments for MDMX was Jay-Z. He was the one scoring all points, and he was the one scoring the final free throw that lifted MDMX over Rambert Esports, a team representing Spain, a team that beat MDMX in the semi-final back in October. And early in that competition, as I already mentioned, MDMX beat Exponenta team in the quarterfinal by just 1 point. So the Belarus side really have a lot to play for, but they will have to pull something next to a miracle, rather, to get a win in this one. And whoever wins tonight will be guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. So there's that on the line as well. Now it's basically the same rules that that we saw in the digital part of the competition, except there are fouls, and if you get over 6, next foul means a free throw against your team. So you don't want to foul too much. And early at the tournament, we've seen players going through an adjustment period of sorts, because a lot of these guys play 3-on-3 basketball, a lot of these guys are former professional basketball players, and the rules are just a little different. So that's something to keep in mind as well. We're underway in the physical part of the game, and MDMX have a huge 12-point lead. Once again, they can work the clock. They don't really need to score a lot of points in this one, but if they choose so, they're on fast track to get to 39 points. Captain is being boxed out, but he keeps possession, throws it away, and hits the back of the rim, and it goes back into play. Rebound by Team Exponenta. They shoot from beyond the arc. It's no good, and it's Captain who gets the rebound. Rhythm Master with the layup, and he gets it. Another point for Team MDMX. And there's going to be a first foul called on the play. It's going to go against Team MDMX. A couple of players of smaller frame on that team, but they're really quick, and they're good with their passing. Bugaev plays to his teammate just under the basket, and he gets the bucket. It's good for 1 point, and it's out of bounds. We're 55 seconds into the physical part of the game, and I'm not really sure if Belarus team have had any real success in this one. There's another foul called on the play. It looks like it goes against Exponenta. That's their first team foul. And that's Daniil Pigul. He plays for his student team, GUF, regular basketball, 5-on-5 basketball, but he's also on a 3-on-3 team, Jupiter. As a matter of fact, Exponenta team quite recently won a silver medal at a 3-on-3 tournament. A Cup of Friendship, it's called. 3 fouls called already against Team MDMX. And the lead in the physical part of the game, 3-0, it would appear. At least that's what the scorebook says. And now the foul. And it goes against Team MDMX, who have collected already 4 fouls. Remember, they can go over 6. Well, they can't go, but they don't want to go over 6 fouls, because then every next foul would mean a free throw for the Belarus side. Nice layup by Team Exponenta, and that brings the crowd to their feet. Possibly the Belarus side might have a home time advantage in this one when it comes to fans. Nice block by the captain, but Belarus side retain possession, and they will try to shoot it from beyond the arc, and it's no good. But they get the rebound and going for 1 point instead, and they get it. 2 minutes are gone from the 7-minute match. Another long shot by MDMX, and it's no good. It looks like Team Exponenta get the foul on this one. And a 2-point shot is good for the Belarus team. They're slowly clawing their way back in this one, it would seem. At least they got it all tied up in the physical battle, and Team MDMX ran out of time on this possession. Exponenta team making some changes on the floor. Getting fresh troops out there. Pigul. And he's good for the bucket. Now a steal by Team Exponenta. They get to the rim, and they go for 1 point. Another point for Exponenta team. They got 5 in a row, and looks like they were just called a foul against. That's their second of the game. An offensive foul. 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. And time is the enemy of the Belarus side. A long shot by the captain, and it goes out of bounds. Exponenta team were talking to media last night, and they said that their game plan was to do well in the digital part and then try their luck with long shots on the hard floor. But it's a long shot for Team MDMX that goes in. And it's 5-5 in the physical battle. Layup tap, and it's good. Exponenta get another point with 3:40 remaining on the clock. Half of their physical match is gone. Captain, with all the moves, shoots from the shoulder right as the time expires. And timeout is called. Well, Team Exponenta doing somewhat better on the hard floor.
Достанем! Достанем! Давай, 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 давай! Тим!
It was interesting to eavesdrop on Belarus players. They believe they can catch up to the Chinese team, and their tactics is to either shoot it from downtown or try to make their way to the 3-second area and try to get a foul. Because Team MDMX doesn't have a whole lot of fouls to give in this one. Two players collide and go down hard. We don't see a lot of it at the tournament. Both players were trying to get to the ball first, obviously. And it's a hard collision. Just over 3 minutes remains to be played. And it's the Rhythm Master who will attempt a long shot, and it's no good. Rebound by Team Exponenta, and they get a friendly roll on this one, getting another point. The difference on the scoreboard has almost disappeared. It's only 8 points now. A two-point shot attempt, and it's good. Good from beyond the arc, and Team Exponenta get another 2 points. They're just 6 behind now. Not a lot of time, but they seem to be picking up hit as the game progresses. Both Team Exponenta and MDMX lost the physical parts of their first games against Caribbean Squad and Rainbow Esports, respectively. And as a matter of fact, Team MDMX won the game only in the series of free throws. They were 2 for 3 when the Spanish team was 1 for 2. Or rather 1 for 3. The captain will attempt a long-range shot. Goes off the back rim and back into play. And now another 2-point attempt by the Belarus side, and it's good. Kirill Volodkin, KV, impersonating with his Steph Curry's impersonation, gets Exponenta team back to within 3. And now it's anybody's game. If I'm not mistaken, Exponenta team are 2 for 2 in the last minute with the long-range attempts. Chinese, I don't know about you, but to me, these Chinese players looked a bit worried during this last time out. Well, they sure have a lot to worry about. Their once big lead is melting away. And it's just a 3-point differential between the two teams. A steal by Team Exponenta, and they will get an easy layup, making it a 2-point game as we're entering the last 2 minutes of the physical competition. Long-range attempt by the Rhythm Master, and he will not get his own rebound. It goes out of bounds. Belarus side is basically just one long shot away from tying it up. It's a one-possession game now. Captain has the ball. Goes for a really long shot. Hits the back of the boards, but MDMX get the rebound, and the clock runs out. So Belarus side will get the next possession. Pigul remains on the court, and Václav Bugaev will be his partner. And it's Pigul with another layup bucket, bringing Exponenta to 1-point differential. Rhythm Master trying a left hook, and it's no good. Pigul with the rebound. He gives it to Bugaev. Bugaev back to Pigul. Pigul with a layup, and it's good. And we're all tied up again. Team Exponenta clawed their way back in this one. It was just over a minute remaining to go in the physical part of the competition. 63 seconds remaining on the clock, to be exact. We might get another series of free throws. Gotta wonder if Team MDMX is gonna have an advantage should it come to that. Foul called on the play. Now Team Exponenta have 6 fouls. They don't have any more fouls to give as we're entering the last minute of the competition. Team MDMX had picked up 4 early on, but after that, for the next probably 5 minutes or so, they only got 1 foul.
Нет, нет, выдохнуть, блядь. Нет. Слушай, что говорим. Я тебе говорю, раз, второй, они отдохнули. Ты меня слышишь, алло? Просто я тебе дам, я знаю, все. Давай, давай. Экспонента? Тим, пожалуйста.
Funny how there was some arguing right now on Belarus team. Daniil Pigul believes that MDMX are out of gas, and they should take advantage of that. Volodkin told him that, don't worry, I'm going to give you the ball. MDMX get a point, and now there's the 6th foul called against Team MDMX. So whoever picks up the next foul is going to be a free throw for the opposition. Pigul trying to get it from under the rim, and it does. Good bucket for Daniil Pigul, another one that he picked up in the physical game. 24-24, goes out of bounds, no foul. Just 32.5 seconds remaining to play in the game. And if we're still tied up after the clock runs out, we're going to see some free throws. See a long shot attempt, and it's good. Right with the buzzer, it goes in. And MDMX are up by 2. There's a foul called on the play, goes against MDMX. Or rather, against Exponenta team. As we're taking a look at the 2-point shot by Junyan Yang, also known as the Rhythm Master. And with 20.9 seconds on the clock, another timeout is called. Well, they sure look confident going back on the hard floor, and there's still some arguing on Belarus side. Key moment of the game. Chinese side with possession. They will shave some seconds off their possession just to work the clock. They're up by 2 points. Recent math there with a left hook, and it doesn't go in. They don't get a friendly roll. Exponenta need to get 2 points to send us to a series of free throws. They go for it. Foul is called, and I believe it was a shooting motion. So with 1.9 seconds to go in the game, Daniil Pigul will go to the free throw line to shoot 2. He has a chance to tie it up. If he misses 1, it's all over for Belarus team in this game. What drama at the Expo Center in Kazan. During the last few timeouts, Daniil Pigul was the one who argued the most on his team, and now he has the fate of the game right in his hands. Gotta wonder how it's gonna turn out. We might be reviewing the play, actually. That seems to be the reason for the stoppage of game. It is under review. It's close. It's definitely close. Not an easy call for officials to make. Let's hear the verdict. Looks like there will be 2 free throws awarded to Exponenta team. Captain is not happy about it. I got so used to calling him just captain. His actual name is Din Chen. Pigul shooting 2 for Team Exponenta to tie it up and send us to a series of free throws. And they put some time back on the clock. It's actually there's 3.2 seconds remaining to be played in the game, and Pigul's shot is no good. He's still got another one though. He needs to score now. He does. Well, he does, but he's gonna have to rethrow it. Or not. Do they count it? They will count it, and now Belarus side has to commit a foul just to stop the clock. MDMX will be taking the free throw. Captain off the back rim. His first shot is no good. He's got another one to take. That's got to be nerve-wracking for him. It's no good, but MDMX get the ball on the rebound, and as the time runs out, the buzzer goes off, and Team MDMX will proceed to the playoff stage of the competition as they beat Exponenta team in both physical and digital. What a game we're just witnessing. It promised to be one of the better games of the day, probably one of the better competitions of their entire day here in Kazan, and it sure proved to be just that. MDMX 26, Exponenta team 24. That's your final in this one. Back to you guys in the studio.
Match that was, and it had absolutely everything for a first match to go to of the day live. I think you're not going to get much better. You had heart, you had desire, you had the Belarusian team coming within 2 points. They had it tied at one level, and then you were just hoping to see it go to the free throw line at the end, but they just couldn't do it. Well done to the Chinese squad to get through. Because they were under the cosh for, I would say, 90% of that game.
In the physical part, definitely, because, you know, just remind the viewers, there were 20 points to 6 up after
it looked over, didn't it?
On the console. And presumably, I don't know whether that got into their heads at all, thinking, oh, all we have to do is be defensive on the court. We don't really have to go for it. But before before they knew it, Exponenta were right there. In my mind, Exponenta lost that.
I enjoyed that match.
They should have. I felt they should have won. They had the momentum, just lost at the end. Anyway, let's move on to another another event which I particularly like too. It's the cycling, indoor cycling, and in fact, they were the first champions of these Games of the Future because the event took place a couple of days ago. But the Belarusian team Minsk actually won it. It's a virtual cycling event, so basically they're all on a stationary bike, but there's a big screen with a virtual track. It takes, I think it took a number of hours to complete. They have a number of events they have to do, and it's the team with the greatest number of points that eventually wins. And tell you what, they did very well, this Minsk team, because there was another team called Marathon Tula, which is a professional team, it goes on the UCI circuit, and many people expected them to win this because they had, I think, Olympic champions, national champions in their team, so everybody thought they had the legs, the stronger legs, but it turned out not to be the case. Now, enough from me talking. Here's a chance for you to look at the pictures and actually see what I'm talking about.
Сегодня проходит соревнование по виртуальной велогонке. Тренировочные дни прошли, и осталось совсем, ничего. Собрать всю волю в кулак, выложиться по полной и, конечно же, показать себя.
В соревновании участвуют 12 команд по 4 человека. Команда победителя определяется путем набора очков на каждом этапе.
I think there's 5 events, and one is the individual time trial, which we're just about to do, and then there's all sorts of elimination race, scratch race, points race, and tempo race. So it's all about trying to get the most points possible.
Сегодня первую гонку открывает вообще наш стартовый день. Это гонка на 1 километр. Индивидуальная. Там представляется эта гонка, когда нужно просто вот от первой секунды до последней выдать все, что есть вообще в твоем организме на максимум. А потом вторая гонка – это на выбывание.
Это гонка на 10 километров, то есть 40 кругов, если на стандартном велотреке. Здесь ее сымитировали, просто сделав одинаковую дистанцию. Вот. То есть все гонщики едут 40 кругов, имея в конце только один финиш. Вот. Кто приходит на финиш первым, тот как бы и выигрывает гонку. Но еще есть преимущество в том, что если ты уезжаешь на круг, тебе дают круг преимущества, соответственно, у тебя уже первое место, если кто-то не сделал это вместе с тобой.
Соревнования проходят на интерактивных велотренажерах, подключаются к компьютерам и передают мощность прилагаемых усилий спортсмену. То есть участники крутят по-настоящему педали, прикладывают настоящие силы, но себя они видят на экране как аватар, и им управляют.
Но простым языком объяснить, здесь не совсем работают такие сценарий, как на дороге, например, на шоссе или там маунтинбайк. Здесь ты просто сел на станок, и условно кто сильнее, тот действительно победил, потому что здесь не совсем работает тактика, как в реальности.
Имея там сопротивление ветра, соперников, за которыми ты можешь сэкономить свои силы, то есть как у нас в нашем в велосипедном сленге говорят сесть на колесо, то есть как бы не тратить силы. Здесь все абсолютно иначе, то есть здесь на самом деле кто сильнее, тот и выиграет. У кого будет больше выносливости, у кого будет больше сил на то, чтобы выдать максимальные ваты. То есть здесь все в одинаковых условиях.
Гонка по очкам мужская, наверное, больше всего запомнилась, так как мы сплотились и очень поддерживали нашего Евгения, потому что буквально последние метры и очки разыгрывались, чтобы мы удержали свою победу.
Да, ожидали.
Мы сюда ехали только за победой.
Взяли лидерство с первого вида и старались его удерживать до конца.
Ура!
And our congratulations to them. Do you know, I think this is a great event, particularly for professional cycling teams in the close season, because depending on the budget of the team, you know, they can't all go to sunny places and cycle. So a lot of training is done on the stationary bike, which is extremely boring. So if you can introduce an element of competition like we saw here and put in a big prize pot of money for people to win, I think it's good. It adds that level of competition and encourages people to continue to train. And as they said, even though it's not so realistic, so you can't slipstream and enjoy the benefits of tailing somebody's wheel, it is very reflective of how fit you are and how many watts you can turn out. So I think teams like that. And I think we're going to change topic now because we can go live to Tim shortly too for the robots.
Let's cross now to indeed Tim Kirby, who is standing by at the robot event for us. Tim, Yunan here in the studio. Last 16 stage of the robots. A lot of destruction I'm looking forward to today. A lot of tactics as well. Take us through it.
Hello, friends. Well, yes, speaking of destruction, we have one of the destruction masters with us, a member of DS Robotics who just won their first round. So, anyways, how'd you guys win? What was the key to success?
For me, if you ask me, the key for success for us is like, I believe in that the more time and effort you put on your robot, the outcome will be, will be dependent on that. So I think the key for success is our hard work, effort, and our dedication.
And one thing I noticed is one of the teams you beat from China kind of came over to talk to you guys. Are they trying to maybe see inside your robot there, steal secrets?
Okay, no, it's not about secrets. See, end of the day, we all are friends. Like, we are in the same community, robotics community, robot community. We help each other. In fact, today morning they are our opponent, and when we are running out of some stocks, maybe a lubricant or something, they are ready to help us even if they are our competitors. So there is nothing like that. There is some secrets hiding and all. It's basically we see this as a knowledge sharing and stuff. Even I went to their robot, I saw what all damages has happened. So it is a kind of a friendly gesture we do in RoboWars.
And speaking of damage, so how much damage did you guys suffer? What kind of repair work did you have to do, or did you walk away pretty clean?
To have an overview, the bot looks to be good. It can be ready for the next battle, but we should check the internal damages as well, because everything
scores,
from outside looks clean and good.
Has he got a package?
Since the match just got over, we will dismantle the entire robot and we'll see the damages if there are any. So if you ask, the bot looks good.
So it's not necessarily if the bot looks good on the outside, it's what's inside that counts. Well, anyways, thank you very much for your time, and I wish you luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
So anyways, guys, we're going to be hanging out here, taking a look around the sort of repair garage where they go to fix all of the bots. It's really impressive because they'll let you look inside them, maybe sometimes even touch them, although you might not want to because they're awfully sharp. So,
and maybe still hot
cool
as well.
Environment, and everyone is. Everyone has a really good overall, let's just say, camaraderie around robotics.
Yeah, you could tell that, couldn't you, as well? That's the very essence of a good winner.
Just while you're there, Tim, can I quickly ask, the majority of people that are competing, are they all trained engineers, technicians, and this is just a fun part of their job? Do you know much about their backgrounds?
Well, I can definitely say that we have a lot of people with engineering degrees. You are right. But more than anything, I kind of, as I was talking to some of the teams, ultimately, how do people unite into the sport? Apparently at their university studies. Because it seems like everyone said, I met this team member in college, or I met that team member in college. In fact, we have a bot right here that's returning from the battlefield. I was talking to you guys, I didn't see whether they won or lost, but as you can see, some work is beginning on this one. Judging by his one wheel, I don't think things went too well.
All right, thank you, Tim. That was Tim Kirby there for us live at the robots competition that's just got underway today. Very good fun too. I love it, really.
So you can much work, though.
You see, I'm laughing, but of course one team's very sad. They're looking at their robots split in half.
Yeah.
The other team's very happy. I mean, it is sport, in my opinion, these robot wars.
There's so much work goes into it, though, isn't it? You've got the engineering, you've got the physical side of it to get that robot in fighting condition. And then after a few minutes, it can be absolutely smashed
Your
to
dream
smithereens.
smashed to pieces.
Gone.
Must be so annoying.
And a pretty big money purse there as well.
Yeah.
$500,000 we're talking about as well. So you can understand the frowning,
the disappointment as well. And I think it's a straight knockout competition. So when it's over, it's over. But let's get to the football now, because that's not at the knockout stages at the moment, because it's just started. It's the group stages, but we're greatly looking forward to it. And Dan Hawkins is our man in Kazan. He's switched his hats from basketball to mixed martial arts. Now he's on the football for us. Hello there, Dan. Just bring us up to date what's happening, or what has happened so far today, because we understand a couple of matches have got underway and perhaps finished.
Yeah, that's right. We've had the first 2 games of the digital football taking place here at the Kazan Expo, and a very dramatic win in the first game for Team Phoenix of Russia, who really convincingly beat the Chinese, the Guatemalan team, I should say, Holocats, especially in the digital competition. It has to be said, the Russians were very much prepared. You can tell they dominated, winning by a score of 6-2, and on the football pitch things were far more even, with a score of 3-3. You could tell the Guatemalans probably had the edge, but the Russians defended very well in the end, beating them 9-5. And the second game was surely quite dramatic. We saw the first yellow cards of the tournament handed out for various fouls, including one for the keeper as well. And the Chinese team, FC GZ Kushin, were very well prepared this time in terms of digital score, winning, I should say, drawing, I should say, 6-6 before beating them in the physical stage 2-1, trying to get my scores right here of everything that's been going on. So a lot of passion on the pitch. You could tell by the amount of fouls. The referee had to step in to hand out the yellow cards. So, yeah, very much a lot of drama here. And we're looking forward to see the next game, which will be FC Lokomotiv. Of course, we've all heard about the legendary railwaymen from Moscow. This is their digital counterparts. They're going to face off against Brazilian opposition. And previously, Russian teams at the last tournaments have done pretty well against the Latin American teams. But having spoken to some of the players here in the backstage area, the warm-up area, they've said they prepared their digital skills very well, because they know how well the Russians have been preparing. So surely that's going to be quite a close game.
Yeah, and we should also mention, shouldn't we, Dan, that many teams now, professional teams, actually have their own esports side. Over the last few years, quite a number have turned up. So we can expect a very competitive digital aspect to this competition, as well as all the big names that we know, professional footballers that are playing football too. Now, another thing we wanted to ask you about is that we were told that you were talking to somebody who'd set up a foundation in football, a football agency that tries to help children in football. And tell us about that, because it's always good to hear other elements and not just the competition that's going on right now.
Yeah, that's right. We spoke to Shoibu Alayodnu, who founded the Goal Kick Foundation. He was here. We saw him sitting in the opening ceremony close to the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, and he shared some of his emotions, saying his feet went cold when he realized who he was sat next to. He didn't realize he was sitting next to the Russian President. He was quite in awe of the whole thing. But he said his foundation basically aims to promote football through education. His foundation, what it does basically in Africa, is to ensure kids get to school, do their homework, do their lessons, and only if they do that, only if they do their homework, achieve the grades, they can then participate in this football training, this football academy and foundation. That's a very good carrot and stick approach, if you like. I mean, we've all been there in a situation, haven't we, when we're young, and it's summer, the weather's great, you want to, let's face it, you might want to bunk off school to go play football with your mates, and you know, the PE team should be chasing you around, you know, trying to get you back into the lessons. And this is a really good approach, I felt, speaking to him, to promote literacy, promote education in these developing countries through sport, because he also said all the kids there play the PS4s, PS5s now. They're very keen on this format, and this is something really new to Africa as well as the whole world, which I thought was a really good approach for promoting youth sport amongst the youth, which we also saw yesterday in the so-called friendship games where the youngsters 2012, 2013 year of birth participated, and to promote education alongside that. So very interesting talking to him.
Dan, can I throw something in as well too, because there's vicious rumours going around that you are channeling your inner John Travolta, doing some hot steps as well. You are dancing.
I was hoping that footage got deleted, Yunan. I was misled. That footage, yes, it's gone public. I've had a pretty dramatic time over the last couple of days, it has to be said. I went from my John Travolta impression, probably a rather overweight John Travolta because of all the pies I've had here in Tatarstan. The locals have been very friendly and hospitable, to being thrown around on the MMA mat yesterday by a Brazilian fighter, by an American fighter.
Dan, you can hear me laughing because we can see the pictures.
Yunan, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure which I enjoyed the most, the Travolta or the being beaten up in the dojo. But you know, it's been quite an experience, I have to say.
Well, you're a good sport, Dan. We've what out of all the ones you've tried, would you say that's the one you're best at compared to the MMA and the basketball and the laser tag?
Well, we know the basketball was a fail. That was, I think that's not my cup of tea, for sure. I can tell you, though, I did really enjoy the MMA and being, you know, very so close to the octagon. You know, the spectators were obviously up there in the stands. It was an absolutely packed hall, but being up there so close and then getting down on the ground with these athletes and feeling their speed and their power, their aggression. You know, I can really tell why it's such a popular sport. The crowd were absolutely loving it, and they were loving the digital stage as much as they were loving the physical side of the contest as well. It's really been a passionate experience here for the fighters and for the athletes and for the crowds, and we're expecting a sellout today for the football, despite it only being a group stage.
Yeah.
We've got some sort of cosplay character here to my right. Not sure what he's doing.
All right, well,
we're expecting.
We'll let you get involved in that one for later.
For the football.
Okay, thanks, Dan. That was Dan Hawkins there at the football and doing plenty of other stuff too. He's done well, isn't he?
Bruised and battered, but still smiling.
Yeah, and his pride as well. He's a good lad. He tries everything for us, doesn't he? But I like what he said when he was talking about the foundation. The football agency that he talked to, and this foundation in Africa that tries to encourage children to do their homework first and then you can play football. That's what I was always taught.
Yeah, the stick and then the carrot, you can get into that. You can see as Dan was speaking to us, there are just so many children getting into the stadium just as he was speaking there. They're going to be looking at this event thinking, you know, this is something I can get into as well. And it's again, I go back to that point. It's not all about the computer games. It's getting out, getting physical, and making yourself fit.
Yeah, and the people who are very good at it, the people who are competing today, have been in action earlier. I think we've got some highlights to show you. I think we can go to our first game, if I'm not mistaken. It was Moscow Phoenix up against Alcates from Guatemala.
Big names in this one, isn't there?
Okay, well, let's just run through the teams and give people some background. So the final...
That first team, though, there's two big name stars, isn't there? Moscow Phoenix.
So Moscow Phoenix, they've put out just a couple of former Russian internationals, if you don't mind.
Like you do.
Alexander Sheshukov and Roman Shishkin. Also ex-Spartak midfielder Vladislav Ruzhikov. So, you know, they're not bad. And somebody's also telling me now that their goalkeeper is a world champion in beach soccer. So... You know, these are no slouches, are they? And then, so you think, OK, they've got, we've got highlights. Maybe we can go straight into those. All right. So, look, this was the digital stage. Overall, we'll spoil the fun. Moscow Phoenix won 9-5. And in the digital stage, they came out 6-2 winners. And it just shows how important being good on the console is. Decent strikers, isn't it?
Haaland always with the left foot there, isn't he? This is the point, isn't it? As we saw in the basketball, Andrew, just a few minutes ago, you can go into the sporting stage with a huge lead from the digital, but that can go. So they'll go into the physical part, the actual five-a-side part of the game here. Both teams with a lot of hope, a lot of expectation. Some good cross-field action there. Nice right footer into the bottom left corner as well. But in the end, it was the team who were leading in the digital, going on to win the big event.
It finished 3-3, but as we say, digital is always about both, isn't it? It is, isn't it? stunning. He was unlucky. Some real high quality, and I think the fans are loving it too. Dan explained to us that the arena is packed, isn't it? So. You know, people are loving it down there. Now, to give you an idea about the rules and what we've been trying to describe to you, here's a little explainer to help.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. A game of phygital football has two parts. The teams play a football video game on a game console before competing on a physical court. Digital stage. The teams play 2 3-minute halves of 2-a-side play with a 3-minute break. Different pairs of players compete in each half. The score may be tied at the end of the digital stage. Physical stage. The game on a physical pitch consists of 2 5-minute halves of 5-a-side play. At the beginning, each team is awarded the number of goals it scored in the digital game. The goalie's job is the hardest one, since the goals here are bigger than in standard mini football and players may bounce the ball off the boards. The winner is the team that has the highest score in both digital and physical games combined. In case of a tie, the match moves to a penalty shootout. The group stage of the tournament has GSL-style groups, followed by single elimination playoffs. The teams that won all their group stage games go straight to the quarterfinals, while those who lost one game compete in another qualifying round. Good luck, have fun.
Just to point out, there was another game that wrapped up not very long ago as well, and that brought together squads from Armenia and China. A very close one, this, with GZ Chaoshin just coming out on the right side of things, 8-7 against FC Van. The Armenians and the Chinese squads were level in the digital stage, and then it was just that last gasp winner for the Chinese side from Guangzhou. We're going very shortly, by the way, to a live match as well. Andy, we've got some big names in this one too.
FC Lokomotiv against Tamojunto from Brazil. So Lokomotiv, obviously many people know them as the big Russian team, and they're very strong. Not just on the pitch, but obviously on the digital as well. And then Tamojunto, very entertaining football, we're told that they play.
Brazilians.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to see them because they are just about to start their digital competition. So what that means, it will be 4-a-side, and they'll play for 6 minutes, so 2 3-minute halves. They'll then have a break for a few minutes, and then they'll get ready to play 5-a-side for real, and that will be for about 10 minutes to 5-minute halves. So we're just waiting for them to get ready. It can take a few minutes. It is fast-paced. I saw, were some of those players a bit chubby, did you think? Did you see the highlights? Am I being a bit rude?
But were they the best gamers, out there?
Good point.
And, we're just going to cross to the match right now. In fact, I think the digital stage is just about to begin.
И сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар-птицей мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача – охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во флейм, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира – город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры будущего!
The future is already here. Here we go live, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome. We're live from Kazan Phygital Games and the Phygital Football Tournament starts right now. My name is Roman Mazurov, and we stick to the very first game of the day of the live. Lokomotiv versus Tamo Junto, as my brilliant colleagues have already said. Lokomotiv is a very tough team to beat, especially in the digital competition, because there are 3 players that actually won in digital football every tournament they took part in. Anton Klionov, Robert Fakhridinov and Stepan Mikhovic. They represent Lokomotiv team, and this is the best team of the tournament, named Put Championa in English. That means the way of the champion. And after that blistering victory, they did not change the roster. So Anton Klionov, Daniil Abildaev, Robert Fakhridinov and Stepan Mikhovic, they will fight for Lokomotiv in the digital competition. And afterwards we are about to have physical one. I remind you the schedule: 2 3-minute periods in the digital tournament, and in the physical competition 2 5-minute periods. So here is the roster. FC Lokomotiv, one of the real contenders going to the final, that's for sure, because among the brilliant digital competitors there are very experienced professional football players who actually play in so-called media football, and I will name them a little bit later. So here is the team, here is the roster. Alrighty then, if they're here I will name them for you. Just like I have already said, Anton Klionov, Robert Fakhridinov and Stepan Mikhovic, they will play the video game. And as for the physical competition, Denis Gudaev, Kirill Biryukov, Daniil Belyaev, Alexander Stepanov and Gamit Shakhbanov. And here are the opponents. The Brazilian team. When we say Brazil, we mean football. And here they go, Tamo Junto. And by the way, this team won the first digital games, but after that they renewed a little bit their roster. So we are about to see some newcomers, and of course fantastic Alexei Gurkin, a very famous football blogger who will play for the Brazilian squad.
Please welcome team from Brazil, Tamo Junto.
Here they are, Tamo Junto, wearing traditional Brazilian form, yellow shirts and yellow t-shirts and blue shorts with white socks.
Thank you guys, and take your seats, please.
So the competition is about to start, and we all do know that the competition starts with a digital tournament. So, speaking about the digital team of Lokomotiv squad, let me give you some information about the boys. Starting with Anton Klionov. He said that he has been playing for digital football since his childhood, and that was a PlayStation 1, and his first game was FIFA 98 at the PlayStation, the first console PlayStation 1, and that time he was only 5 years old, and from that moment everything began for him. And when he turned 17, that kind of a hobby started to grow into a professional career. And just I have already said, just like I have already said, beg your pardon, Anton Klionov is the winner of multiple digital FIFA tournaments, and the runner-up and the prize winner. And by the way, he plays football in real life, and he plays in media football, and he is the member of one of the most famous media team named Amkal. Well, actually, I don't know if he plays for it now, but still he used to do it. So let's stick to the other guy, Robert Fakhridinov. He is also a winner and the runner-up of multiple Russian championships. He is from Ufa, this is the Bashkortostan Republic, not far from Kazan, by the way, from Tatarstan. And when they play hockey, for example, It is so-called the Green Derby. They are the biggest rivals in hockey, Bashkortostan and Tatarstan, and when they clash, oh my goodness, you need to see that. Akbars versus Salavat Yulayev. These matches should have been looked and watched many times. So, as for Robert Fakhretdinov, his first game, FIFA game, was at the age of 5, just like Anton Klyonov's. And afterwards he started to play digital football at the computer, and it turned out to be serious some years later, and his first professional team was ROX, and he played for it since 2014 and ended playing for that team in 2016. Plus, Robert Fakhretdinov also did the real football. He trained, he went to the club, so he's also good at the real pitch. Speaking about Stepan Mihovic, he's also a very skilled digital player. And by the way, just like all his colleagues, Stepan Mihovic also used to do football professionally. He attended a youngster club, a football club, and he even played for the younger team of football club Himki. So here we go. We are about to start. We're just waiting for the first whistle. And now we will see, and then we will see how good Tamo Junto team is in the digital football. And the first goal of the game in favor of FC Lokomotiv. Let's watch it again with a brilliant left foot to the far corner. And the score is 1-0. 2 3-minute periods. So let's see how Tamo Junto is about to respond. A nice dribbling, pass to the center and to the right, but the shot was actually weak. Lokomotiv possesses the ball. Pass to the center and to the right. Nice dribbling again. Good possession, good combinations. Oh, hits the post. Bad luck for Lokomotiv. And again, here comes the counter. Nice pass to the center, and here we go. And it's in the backside of the net. 2-0 in favor of Lokomotiv. So let me continue speaking about Stepan Mihovic. Just like I told you, he used to play for a younger team, FC Himki. And afterwards, he turned to the media football, and he switched to Amkal team, just like his partner, his friend Artem Klyon. So they used to play for the same team, and even with Anton Klyonov, beg your pardon, not Artem, Anton Klyonov, and in this and in 2012, in 20, both of them switched to Tundra Esports, and they even reached the final of the Russian Championship. And by the way, in that particular match, they lost to his ex-team, Loco Esports. So just like I said, Stepan Mihovic, as Anton Klyonov and Robert Fakhretdinov, all of them, they are very skilled digital players, but you see that Tamo Junto scores the first goal. Let's see it once again. To the nearest top corner. And it was Kylian Mbappé who managed to produce that brilliant shot. So here we go, 1 minute to play in the first period. Good bounce off the wall, and here comes the goalie. Passing on the left. And here is the shot and the equalizer. And Kylian Mbappé again. Let's see it on the replay. No chance for the goalkeeper. Well, actually, I thought that Lokomotiv digital team will have much more advantage. In here, and again, the ball hits the post without coming into the goal. And here is the chance for Tamo Junto to grab the lead, but they are not in a rush. Just continue possessing the ball, passing to each other. Nice. So to my mind, Tamo Junto just do not want to concede a goal at the end of the time in the period, but good dribbling, and here they go, and the shot was blocked. And 5 seconds to go, and here is the counter. Shoots and scores. At the very end of the period, Tamo Junto gets the lead, 1 point lead. And Antoine Griezmann, number 7, Atletico Madrid, superb goal. Well, that's it for now. This is the end of the first period. The teams will change the side, and we will resume. So, let's somehow analyze what just happened in the first period. And just like as we expected, Lokomotiv grabbed the advantage, scored 2 goals in a row, and it seemed that they will continue collecting good shots, but Tamo Junto did not want to give up. They did not want to let the opponent away. And so they scored 2 goals, and afterwards, at the very end of the period, there was a 3rd good shot from the Brazilians. And just like I said, that Tamo Junto has the Russian captain, Alexei Gurkin, who is a very famous football blogger. And as far as we can see, that Tamo Junto, they are good not only on the pitch, on the real pitch, but they are tremendously good in digital football. And so far, well, they trash Lokomotiv. They are beating them. 1 point game. So it's quite a long break. I don't know why is it. Today we're about to see another match, another live match. R10 team versus Ajman Quattro team. R10 team, they also represent Brazil, and this is the team of the legendary Brazilian football player, actually my favorite one for all time, Ronaldinho, because when you ask someone who's your favorite football player, some people say Ronaldo, Messi, Neymar, more younger people say Mbappé, some other, but as for me, I think that the best player for all time is Ronaldinho, because he just loved what was he doing on the pitch, and of course he made the people love what was he doing on the field. His techniques, well, that was just unbelievable. And by the way, if you follow him in the social media, you might have seen that Ronaldinho, despite of he gained a little bit weight, well, there is such a problem for Brazilians and the Cubans and the Argentines. Well, after they quit sport, they start to gain weight. And even more than that, when they are sportsmen, when they do professional sports, they have to compete not only with their real opponents, they always compete with the refrigerator, and unfortunately sometimes refrigerator wins. So let's stick to the game. This is the second period, and the score is 3-2 in favor of the Brazilian team, Tamo Junto. Solid, and they are possessing the ball. They are just taking their time. It was a bad pass from the goalkeeper, but they saved the ball. There could be a counter. No. I don't think that Tamo Junto will remain on their side of the pitch, and will just try to control the ball and doing nothing about this. I don't think that they will not try to attack, but I think that they will. They're not going to risk. Oh, hits the bar! But I think that the goalkeeper actually touched the ball after this shot, and a good D, by the way. Nice D from Tamo Junto. Look at this, good steal. And here comes the counter, but the Brazilian team is not in a rush, and they also use the goalkeeper to overcome that pressing. And oh, that's a good goal. That's a nice goal from Lokomotiv. We did not have any doubt that these guys will continue pushing forward, and they will continue trying to score more goals and to overwhelm their opponents. They are strong favorites in this game, that's for sure, because of their level, because of their titles. But we see that Tamo Junto are now weaker. More than that, they show a very competitive game. Good steal again. And here comes the counter-attack from Kylian Mbappé, but he passes back. Doesn't want to lose the ball, just doesn't want to dribble their opponents. And again, the Brazilian team just is taking their time. Nice pass into the center. Oh, good save from the goalie. And a counter-attack. No. So far, there are not many shots, not many shots on target, actually, because we see a very proper defense from both teams. And as far as I can see, that Tamo Junto guys, they actually prepared for the game, because they know what to do. They do really know how to play and how to cope with this pressing. And here is the goal. Let's see it once again. Nice pass, no look pass to the center, and no chance for the goalkeeper, because there was a one-on-one game. And of course, this duel was won by the forward, because the goal is too big, and well, nobody actually was nobody could do anything about that situation, and the goalie could not save his goal. So the score is 4-3 in favor of Lokomotiv. The minimum advantage, just 1 point game, and the digital game is about to finish. 2-1. And here is the final whistle, but still Tamo Junto is in the game, and they will proceed fighting in the real life, in the physical part of the competition. And this is just one point game, so let's see what is about to happen next.
Well, that was cagey, to say the least, wasn't it?
Caging, thrown away. Right at the death, wasn't it, there by the Brazilians?
I have to say I enjoyed that, because if you're going to play so defensive, which the Brazilian squad were doing, there's going to be issues, because if they catch you on the counter-attack, you're going to go down, and that's what happened. Daniel Hawkins, our man in Kazan, our man of many sports, has been watching that first digital phase of that clash between the Brazilians and the Lokomotiv squad. 4-3, Dan, a tough, cagey affair, but the Russians came out on top.
Yeah, certainly the Russians are the more popular side here. You heard probably in the stream the crowd absolutely going crazy when they scored. And what a close game that was, 4-3. Both the teams spent time in the lead, come back from behind. And it just seems, as you said, Yudin, the Brazilians didn't quite show that flair, that adventurism, that daring to try to push forward and get that equaliser or maybe the winner. And I have to say, the other team coming up to play later today, the team from Bahrain, we're watching very closely, because of course these are the opponents they can be facing later in the tournament. The manager, I could see just to my left on the back of the stands here, he had a notepad where he was taking some notes very carefully. That just shows you just how seriously these teams take not just the physical part, but the digital part as well. The manager was watching closely, as I say, scribbling some tactics or some notes, his observations as to how Lokomotiv are playing. Lokomotiv, obviously, very experienced digital football players, and a team that many players here certainly don't want to come up against in the later stages and knockout stages of the tournament.
And how do these teams match up physically, do you think? Because it was pretty close in the digital, but the assumption might be that, you know, when you're playing five-a-side, it will be the Brazilians that have the edge.
Well, certainly you would think that, and Team Tamo Junto, of course, do have some great players in their side, former football players, their goalkeeper, also playing at a very high level in the youth football in Brazil. Lokomotiv specialising, yes, more in the digital stage, but I suppose the Russians would have been hoping to take more of a lead in the digital stage, given their preparation. It'll be very interesting to see if the tactics of the players on the PS4 or PS5 are going to match their tactics on the field, or if they're going to spring a surprise. That's something I've been thinking about. Maybe the Brazilians will choose an entirely different playing style, a more attacking style in this physical stage, while the Russians, knowing that the Brazilians will be very dangerous, will have that creative flair, will try to sit back and catch them on the counter-attack there, as Yunan was saying. So it'll be interesting to observe that and see just how they match up in terms of their tactics from what we've seen in this digital game as well.
We were just speaking in the studio here, Dan, just it looks as if, you know, it's a nice friendly game on between two squads on a Saturday afternoon, and then you remember the prize pool. $1.25 million at stake. Is there a sense of that in the arena? Is it tense there? You were talking about the coaches, but there's a lot at stake here.
Absolutely, there's a lot at stake, and just how we were speaking to Andy yesterday with the MMA fighters, some of those fighters are obviously grizzled, experienced veterans. One of them, though, on the women's team was making a professional debut. She was an amateur fighter before that, and these visual games for her were an opportunity to showcase her talent and to give a springboard to her career, perhaps be seen by agents, perhaps join some professional leagues. So for these players, of course, yes, it's about that huge jackpot, the prize money, the tournament money, bigger actually than a lot of digital and even professional sports tournaments here today. So without a doubt, that is a motivation. But many of these players perhaps will be looking forward beyond that, beyond just the digital games, but perhaps build and grow their career in terms of five-a-side football, national futsal teams. Lots of players here do play on the futsal teams or youth futsal teams, and no doubt not just the coaches of the teams, but the managers, the national managers of the teams will be watching very closely to see if they can pluck any talent from the digital and bring them onto the international football futsal tournaments as well.
Yeah, OK, well, look, we can see the teams warming up behind you, ready for the physical stage. We'll leave it there for now, Dan. Thank you. That was Dan Hawkins at the Kazan Expo. It looks great, doesn't it? The atmosphere looks great. It's really well presented. In fact, throughout the whole of these digital games, I think the production of everything has been first-rate. The lighting, the atmosphere, the razzmatazz that gets the crowd going. I've loved it.
And I think the ability as well for people to interact as well. You know, you've got the ability for people to get involved directly. You can go onto the Telegram sites. There's also a QR code which you can get as well. We'll try and show that as well, so that if you want to directly have your say and see what's happening, you can do that as well.
It's on the bottom left-hand side of your screen now. So scan that and you'll get all the latest info. OK, so who's your money on then, Yunan? Going into this, the physical part, I'm still going to go with the Brazilians, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking Loco. So
Loco.
Yep.
All right. OK. We'll see how it goes. They're about to kick off.
All right, folks, we're getting ready for the physical part of the game. Lokomotiv versus Tamo Junto after the digital part. I remind you the score is 4-3 in favor of the Russian team, but Tamo Junto showed themselves like real warriors. They did not give up, and they actually Even sometimes they were in the lead in the digital part of the game. But Lokomotiv, being more experienced, maybe more skilled in the digital football, they grabbed the lead. And now they are having 1-point lead. So let's stick to the physical part of the game. And Tamo Junto is a Brazilian team, but nevertheless, they have the Russian captain, just like I have already said. His name is Alexei Kurkin. And I remind you that he is a very famous football blogger. And Tamo Junto also have Russian goalie. His name is Igor Rezende. And here are the teams. Here we go. And we also see number 7 in the Tamo Junto team, Fujimoto Hatakiyama. Don't forget that after the big win in the first phygital games, Tamo Junto renewed their squad. And there is also Alencar Blanco. Here is the ball. Players shake hands, greet each other, and we are about to start. Here we see Gamit Shakhbanov and Alexander Stepanov. Gamit Shakhbanov is number 27, Alexander Stepanov is number 30. Denis Gudayev, number 26. He's about to start the game, making the first pass. Denis Gudayev has a nickname Gudai, and he is also a member of a media football team, because in Russia we have a special media football league where different famous people are playing, and some professional players are playing. And Denis Gudayev plays for Tudrots, a very famous media football team. So let's stick to the game. Style with the ball. You see that there are short walls on the field, so that's why there will be less outs. And, this will make the game more dynamic. Good pressing from the Brazilians, and here is this nice move by Vinicius Almeida, number 4. So let me name the squad of Tamo Junto. Number 10, Alencar Blanca. Number 12, the goalie, Igor Rezende. Oh, what a miss from Kirill Biryukov. And here is the counter from the Brazilians. Not a good save by the goalie. Exceptional save by Daniil Belyaev. The Brazilians possess the ball. They're still trailing 1 point. And I remind you that the schedule is 2 5-minute periods. So the Brazilians, of course, they will show the dribbling, that's for sure. Oh, that's a good dribbling from Alencar Blanco, and here we go. That's a good goal, wasn't it? Kirill Biryukov shows that there was no goal at all, and the ball did not cross the baseline. And I think that actually it happened. Now good defense, perfect D from the Brazilians, and here is the counter-attack through the center, and with the right foot, and superb save again. Splendid job by Daniil Belyaev. So far, Tamo Junto has a big advantage in possession, and so far Lokomotiv can barely take the ball and show some possession. Fujimoto, another good pass. Here comes Kirill Biryukov. Another mistake from Lokomotiv. There could be a very dangerous counter, but the shot was too weak. And a straight shot from Fujimoto Hatakiyama, no big deal for the goalie. And here is the counter, big shot, but the ball goes wide after Alexander Stepanov's hit. And another attack for Alencar Blanco. The Brazilians are not in a rush, although they are still losing 1 point, but they want to make it clear. But they want, maybe this will be, oh, fast shot, blistering shot from Igor Rezende. And again, here comes Daniil Bilev. A true wall. Daniil Bilev, just unstoppable. So far, no mistakes. Good fint. Nice pass. Oh my goodness, a straight shot from Jonatas, number 14. And Daniil Bilev almost ruined the goal. Maybe he wanted to do some pull-ups, to have a little exercising. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, well, in the third period, but in the first, in the physical competition. So you see the result of the digital one, 4-3, and the score is still the same. So the game is about to resume, and you see that the referee has his own camera, so we can watch the game with the referee's eyes, so to say. Well, that's good. These are digital games, so there are lots of cameras are here. Oh, that's a good one-touch pass, and another one, and it's in! Superb shot by Alencar Blanco with an equalizer, and the score is tied, 4-4. Let's see it once again. What a lovely combination by the Brazilians. Well, the typical combination for the Brazilians, and especially we see such kind of combinations in the futsal, in a mini football, in which the Brazilians are also extremely good. Well, they are best in the world. Just like Portuguese, or maybe there was a foul from Denis Gudaev, but the referee did not notice it and did not mention it. Denis Gudaev was fighting for the ball. It wasn't Kamil Sharban, beg your pardon. The football player from Dagestan. And by the way, we all do know that young men from North Caucasus, well, they are real hot. So they're quite emotional, so to say. Well, we see there was a real fight for the ball. Well, the Brazilians are not cold-blooded, actually. And that was a little bit of conflict between Kamil Shakhbanov and Vinicius, but happily there was not any fight, because they came here to play football, because the MMA competition finished yesterday. Another bad shot from Lokomotiv, and here comes the combination. Another combination. Igor Rezende is with the ball, passing on the left to Jonatas. The goalie again, looking for a partner, and another long ball, but the ball goes wide. That was a rugby shot, so to say. Oh. Biria is not that tall to catch the ball, of course. Here it comes with the dribbling. Nicely played by the defenders. Another mistake from the Brazilian squad. Oh, that was tough. And Vinicius just hoops the ball away, trying to save some time for the team. Here comes the pressing from the Brazilians. The shot was blocked in the counter. 2-on-2, nice dribbling, and here comes, oh, again Daniil Bilev denies that shot, and a long ball from their part of the field, from the Brazilians' part of the field. So here we go again, 40 seconds to go, and I remind you that if there will be a draw, there will be a shootout, the penalty shootout. Oh, that was a foul actually from Alencar Blanco, and he admits that, helping Alexander Stepanov to get up. And, actually, there was a leg hit from the Brazilian player. A free kick. Well, I think that the angle is not that good for the direct hit, and that was a shot on target, by the way, but Igor Rezende again showed himself as a real good goalkeeper. He reacted on that kick. And again, hard-blooded, Gamit Shahbanov is willing to kick someone butt. Very emotional. But this is the will. He does. Oh, that was a push with both hands from Gamit Shahbanov. I think that he even could have been booked by the referee with a yellow card, because that was really rough playing. Nicely defended by Alen Blanco. He blocked his opponent, not letting him to catch the ball. Daniel Belayev throws it to the flank, but there was nobody there. It was just like a throw-in the hockey. And you hear the sound. That means that the first period of the match is over. And we have the equal score 4-all. Well, that's quite a game.
So there you are, entertaining, wasn't it? First half in the physical.
Fiery.
All tied at 4-4 after Tamajunto led that first half by a goal to nil. But to be fair, they could have had more too.
Yeah, good goalkeeper there for Lokomotiv.
They've relied on him a lot.
Yeah, big time. Okay, let's try and cross, if we can, to...
I think we're still waiting for Dan. He's still waiting to get plugged in. We're told he's got an interview with one of the players who played earlier, so we're just hoping they're going to get all plugged in the next few minutes before the second half starts. But just coming back to that first half... OK, well, we're told Dan is ready. Hopefully he's got a guy to talk to him. They are both ready. Dan, just take us through that, what you saw there, and we also see you've got somebody to talk to.
That's right, yeah, pretty intense first period there. And how are the Russians how did the Russians not concede more goals? The Brazilians seem to be all over them a lot of the time. We've got Aydin here, who's on the Rotor team from Austria, who's going to give us his analysis. Aydin, thanks for talking to us today. What did you make of the level of football you've seen so far, both digital and physical on the pitch?
So, I mean, now Lokomotiv against the Brazilian guys, they're both like on digital and on the pitch very good, I have to say. And for sure, they are a big concurrence for us. And yeah, we will see how the game will finish. And yeah, let's hope for an exciting match.
And you said to me earlier, it's your first time here in Russia. What's been your experience so far, and what do you make of these first ever digital games?
It's amazing, like the experience, the atmosphere. I'm very grateful that I'm here. My team welcomed me very nice, and my Russian is not the best, but still we connect us very good, and it's amazing.
Which aspect are you focusing more on personally, the digital side or the physical side? And is there perhaps a team that you want to play or maybe want to avoid getting in the later stages?
We focus more at the digital side because we have really good players on digital side, but on the pitch as well. I will play both sides, and we are confident that we'll win win the digital side as high as possible, that we have it easy on the pitch.
There's teams and players from so many countries here today. How important do you think are the digital games in terms of uniting people across borders, across digital borders, to get them involved in sport and unite them in their passion?
Yeah, it's like sports is one language in my opinion, and it doesn't matter from which country you are, and that's amazing of this event, and I love it.
Fantastic. Aydin, thanks so much. Good luck for your next game. Well, that was the analysis from Aydin from the Austria team, or Volgograd team rather, from Austria. Let's get back to the game and see what happens next.
Yeah, thanks Dan. It just kicked off. Let's go straight to it.
Okay. Awesome, fantastic. Thanks so much for it.
So here we go. This is the second half of the physical game between Lokomotiv and Tamajunto. You see the score is equal. The game is tied 4-all. And now the teams change the sides. Now Tamajunta is on the left and Lokomotiv is on the right. So let's stick to the game. As far as we can see that there were some substitutions. Gamit Shekbanov is with the ball. And a mistake. They lose the possession. Kuzimoto tries to dribble the opponent, tries to pass him. Nicely defended by Kirill Biryukov, and that's a foul. And by the way, Kirill Biryukov just said to the referee that there was a block by the opponent, but as for me, that was a clear foul from Kirill Biryukov, number 2. Good feint from Fujimoto, passing back. Tamajunta are not in a rush. Just try to control the ball, to make a good decision, not to make a mistake. Alenkar and hits the post. Oh my goodness. What a moment, what a nice moment for the Brazilian squad. And now they show pressing again. And a turnover from the Lokomotiv. And here comes booking for Daniil Belayev, as far as I can see. And I think that this is an injury. The back injury. Oh, what a shame. This is just the start of a tournament, and it will be a very, very bad thing for the Brazilians to lose their leader. Well, Daniil Belayev tried to save the goal. Let's see it again. Oh, look at this. That's booking. That's the yellow card for sure. Oh, my gosh. That was rough. Just like the MMA competition, that was a complete low kick from Daniil Belayev, actually. And, of course, Vinicius Almeida da Silva needs medical help. And he's having it. And we do really hope that he will be okay. He will be able to stand up and to continue playing. Maybe not this game, but maybe the next matches, because he's really needed. Here we see the bench. And the guys, of course, are ready to step in and to play not for themselves, but for the guy that actually can be substituted. There's a slight pause, and the teams are having an extra time to take a breath, to have some rest, maybe to have additional coaching. And Vinicius leaves the pitch, unfortunately, and we're not sure that he is going to come back. Yeah, here comes the substitution, and Jonatas appears on the field. Everything is clear. We see the face of Vinicius, that he feels the pain, unfortunately. And here is the free kick. Well, that can be a good moment for Tamajunta to get the lead. It's really hard for the direct hit. No, they decided just to play. So again, some combinations. Fujimoto. Oh, nicely played. Nicely played. The poor pass from Fujimoto. And here comes the counter. 3-on-3. No. Igor Resenda feeds Fujimoto. And the Brazilians, again, are not in a rush. You know what? Such type of playing like Lionel Messi, who is not in a rush in every single match, just walking on the pitch. But when the moment comes, he speeds up and he makes history. Maybe the same Tamajunta is about to present today. Oh, you see how physical this game is. Just Igor Resenda just hoofed the ball away. Nicely caught by Igor. And Fujimoto again. Fujimoto showing some dribbling to the center. Oh, saved again by Daniil Belayev. Well, so far Daniil Belayev is the best player in his team, because only because of his brilliant playing, the score is still equal. because Tamo Junto has a huge advantage of number of shots on target, that's for sure. Unfortunately, we do not see the statistics of the game, but we can see it. That's so let's watch the moment again. And what was that? What was that? Why was that a yellow card? Actually, I don't understand, but the referee was closer to that particular moment. And here it comes. And perfectly saved by Igor Rezende. Well, the goalkeepers are just huge today. Both of them. Daniil Belyaev and Igor Rezende. They play like Lev Yashin, like Oliver Kahn. And another long ball. There was no one to feed, so that's why Igor Rezende decided to do this. And why not? Why not? A one-touch shot from the Lokomotiv squad. Alinkar on his left. Fujimoto, Alinkar again. Whoa, perfectly played by Alinkar. And here comes another blistering shot and tremendously played by Daniil Belyaev. He cannot be beaten today, as far as we can see. What a mistake, and another foul. Well, another big foul, I think. Oh, he's back. And this is the revenge of Vinicius Almeida da Silva. And I think that he will play the same. Well, that was a slight revenge from the number 4. And I think that he could have been booked for that kind of foul, because I think that was a purpose foul, so to say. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go in this match. So, oh, that's a yellow card. That's a yellow card, that's for sure, no doubt about that. Denis Gudayev, nicknamed Gudai. So intense game, very emotional. You see the fireworks here, and I think that the referee needs to calm the boys down. Look at this. How do they push each other? Kirill Biryukov almost hit with both hands his opponent. This is out. And the possession is for Lokomotiv. And I think that there will be a little bit more pauses because of the whistle. Fujimoto, nicely dribbled again. Moving forward, trying to overcome his opponent. Here comes the defense, nicely played. The counter, Gudai, no, the defender is here. Oh, that was a foul, yes. A very good moment, but Denis Gudayev is asking for a yellow card for the opponent, saying that that player actually fell 2 times in a row. Look at this. He didn't want even to touch the ball. He tackled as a hockey player his opponent, I mean Juan Santos Cortez. Well, it seems to be like the game turns into the hockey match with the tackles, with pushing, with punching, with kicking. And I hope that none of the players will get injured, but there are so many chances for that, unfortunately. But all of them want to win. And here is the big moment for Lokomotiv, and scores! Gamit Shagbana with the right foot to the far bottom corner of the goal. And the Brazilian team runs up to the referee, shouting that there was a foul from one of the Lokomotiv players, but there was none of them. Let's see it again on the replay. Oh, that was nicely fed for Gamit Shakhbanov, and he had nothing to do but just to put the ball into the net, and it was almost cleared by the goalie. Let's see it again with the right foot. And well, Igor Rezende almost done it. He almost deflected that ball, but a bad luck for him. But the Brazilians have 40 seconds to equalize. And splendid defense again by the Russians. Long ball. The time is ticking for Tamo Junto. The score is 5-4. Another chance for Tamo Junto. No. Well, smart play for Gamit Shikbanov, just throwing the ball away. Fujimoto, and again, just hoofing the ball away, just far away from the goal, no matter how. 5 seconds to go. That should be the last shot, and here it is, and the ball goes wide, and that's it. It's all over. What a dramatic win. 1 second. No, 1 second. But still, I think that will be a dramatic win for Lokomotiv. A big disappointment for the Brazilian squad, Tamo Junto. And what's that? Is that a timeout or what? I cannot understand the reason of the pause. Maybe this is timeout. Very emotional, Gamit Shikbanov. Well, actually, Gamit Shikbanov with these emotions, actually, he helped his guys, his boys to. And here is Abel. He helped his boy to equalize and to maintain the lead. So just 1 second to go. 1 second to go. So what's that? And we're waiting for the verdict, for the decision. And Alencar Blanco is speaking to the referee. And as far as I know, that only captain has the right to do it, to talk to referee. So, Daniel Bilev is about to make a throw in. There it is. And here comes the whistle. That's it for now. Lokomotiv secures the first victory in the tournament. And that's a big disappointment for Tamo Junto. But this is sport, this is life.
What a great game of football. FC Lokomotiv beating the Brazilians against many people's better judgment, including my own. They won 5-4 in the end. It was 1-1, wasn't it, in the physical there? And Loco went into that 4-3 ahead from the digital. I thought the Brazilians, when they got that goal to tie in the physical, I thought they were going to storm ahead because they would just seem to be all over Loco. But then they ran out of energy.
Let's not beat around the bush. That was a steal from Loco, but it was perseverance because the team on the physical side that were outstanding were the Brazilians, but they got a little bit fiery towards the end, and then they lost it. Well, our man in Kazan, Daniel Hawkins, has been watching the action. Court side, pitch side, and he's got a guest with him. Dan, quite a match, fiery, but Loco takes the win.
Absolutely, that match had absolutely everything, and Loco really did sneak that win, didn't they? They really began to dominate in the later rounds and press the Brazilians. It seems they ran out of steam a bit, didn't they, the South American team? We've here got Oraz from Team Rotor, who's due to play tomorrow. He was watching the game very closely. Well, that was pretty intense, right? And yeah. I just want to ask you, how important is it to combine both aspects, the physical, the digital? Does it help you getting an early win in the digital to come out and beat your opponents in the second half when you go to the football field?
Okay, actually this is like something absolutely new to the providence of this event, something like this, like connecting some digital things with the real sport.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is very like actually it brings something new and new emotions to that people who watch actually the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I actually happy taking part of event, of this event, yeah, and this is something new.
You've spoken about the emotions there. This is your first Phygital Games, right?
Yeah.
What have you made of it so far? Is it what you expected, or is it far bigger and better than what you thought it would be?
Yeah, as I said before, I'm taking. This is my first time taking part of something like digital, because I'm a football player. I never played before, like professionally, in digital things. For example, in FIFA. Or something like this. So, yeah, I'm like very. I've been watching that guys were playing. So in the first part of digital part, it's like guys like very emotionally when they score, like other guys supporting them. And yeah, and then this is comes into the real life.
Yeah. And
so,
in the final, just imagine for a sec, your team have got into the final. Is there a team you want to play and a team maybe you want to avoid? Who are the favourites here? What's your dream final?
Actually, I don't care about our opponents, because we came here like to win, to take first place, and actually I never think about our opponents, because we know what we have to do, and we go into it, and that's it.
So you personally, as a professional footballer, right, are you training more on the pitch, or are you going home and getting on the joysticks to improve your PS game?
No, I train every day, like in the pitch, in a real life. So yeah, let's check it tomorrow. Tomorrow is our first match, first game. We play against Chile. And I think that we are absolutely for 100% ready to the tomorrow's game. So let's see.
Final quick question: score prediction for your game tomorrow. What's it going to be?
Oh, I don't like to do some predicts, but
will it be a high-scoring game?
Let's see. I don't know, but I'm sure that we're gonna win. The only thing that I know that we're gonna win. The score, I don't know. I can't say, to be honest, but we're gonna win.
Well, good luck tomorrow. We're hoping for some fantastic football. Just stay with us here for a second. Well, that was the team from Rotor, from Volgograd. Very much looking forward to their game with the South Americans tomorrow. And if this game has been anything to go by, we sure are in for a treat. Back to you guys in Moscow before we head to our next match here in Kazan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dan. That was Dan Hawkins there talking to one of the Rotor players who plays tomorrow. I love a bit of confidence in a sportsman, don't you? We're going to win. It doesn't matter what the score is. I don't have to tell you. I just know we're going to win.
And he was pretty upfront there as well, wasn't he? By saying, you know, I don't need the practice for the physical. I play it every day, but what I do need to do is get on the joystick, get my gaming time in, because he's going up against players who have, you know, a lot of hours, a lot of time spent, you know, getting their game just right on the computer joystick. But when it comes to confidence, that guy's not lacking.
He's not lacking any, is he? And we have to say too that, you know, he's a very confident lad, but he's up against some very stiff competition. Let's just run through some big names that are playing here. Every football fan would have heard of them. So Besiktas from Turkey, Red Star Belgrade, we've got Peñarol from Uruguay, FC Lokomotiv, who we saw just sneak that win against the Brazilian side. So some big names.
Some big names. Let's listen again to an interview Dan actually did a little bit earlier with another, as Andy was saying, another player from a big name team, Besiktas.
With Khan, he's one of the digital players with the Besiktas Phygital football team. Khan, thanks for talking to us today. Is it your first time in Kazan and in Russia? How are you finding it?
Yes, it's our first time. It's really cold, to be honest, but we are having fun with the team right now, and we're just making our practices right, and we have our first game tomorrow. We are preparing for that right now.
This is the first Phygital Games ever. Is it what you expected, or has it exceeded your expectations?
Like, it's exceeded my expectations. I really think that it's not something that's this big. Like when we first came here, we just think like it's a regular esports tournament or something, but it's a whole different thing. It's new Olympics, you know? Yeah, we got surprised.
How important is it to combine the phygital and the digital aspect and be good at both to get maximum points? What are you focusing on your team mainly?
So right now, like we are focusing on both ends because we have our professional football players and professional FIFA, EAFC football players also. But the combination is like EAFC side is more important than the field side, I think, because if you get the advantage over there, you can play more calm on the field. So we are focusing on that right now.
And in terms of the field game, how different is that to regular football? How different is this in terms of energy levels, tactics, strategy?
Chemistry is key, so you have to be more faster than the usual football because the area is really small. So and we have to develop some tactics, and we are preparing for tomorrow. You will see.
How far do you think your team can go? Are you in it to win the main prize?
We are here to become champions because we are Beşiktaş. Yeah, that's it.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were talking about confidence, weren't we, in a sportsman? We're here to win it.
Good to see.
No
yeah.
stopping. And just to let people know, we've got another live game coming up in about half an hour's time, and that will see our 10 team, Ronaldinho's team from Brazil. He founded the esports organisation, R10, and they'll be playing Ajman Quattro from the United Arab Emirates. And that's going to kick off in about half an hour's time, and we will be there for it. Now, if you've got good eyesight, or even bad one, you can't help but notice Oja is here.
Hi, Oja.
He's our resident e-gamer, but also a man who loves robots.
Oh, yeah.
And we've been talking about the robots today because this is a competition that got underway.
Exactly.
Not too long ago. Take us through it, because there have been some battles.
Oh, yeah, there have been some battles, indeed. So we got the first round of 8 that wrapped just a few minutes ago. And obviously, being it Battle of Robots, if your robot gets taken out, you're done. Finito, you leave, and that's it. So obviously, as you mentioned before, we have a lot of teams representing a lot of countries. And I think the most notable one was the first actual game, which saw DS Robotics from India go against the Chinese Fierce Rock. And unfortunately, the Chinese robot called Iron Scrap got done for. Yeah, pretty ironic.
It's now Scrap Iron.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to talk about them because in the previous tournament, they were the one who won. And obviously they were seen as the big contender to win this tournament, but unfortunately they were eliminated in the first round.
And smash! Look at that.
A lot of smoke and a lot of sparks.
Okay, now just run through, because there are 3 types of robots, aren't there? And we're seeing what they're like there. Just run through it.
From what I've seen in this tournament, obviously there's 3 types of robots, the flipper, the spinner, and the hammer. And there's obviously one clear category that wins the games.
Who's dominating,
Yeah, I think that's the spinner, because the flippers are usually very heavy robots. And one of them, I think the Russian team of Big Brother, they have a flipper one, and it can flip 5 tons.
So 5 tons.
5 tons.
So they're using the weight against themselves. If you can spin and get that big piece of machinery up in the air, gravity will do the rest.
Exactly. And here you can see 2 spinners going at each other. And I think the spinners is the best way to go, because they're small, nimble, very quick. And if you can see on the sides of the field, there are little traps. And if you can get your opponent stuck there, you are...
So what's the method to defeat a spinner then? Get round the back?
Unfortunately, it's quite hard, because first of all, you need to get very lucky, because they're very quick and it's not easy to get near them. And usually when the guy is controlling the spinners, they can get behind you, and I think, it's very hard to fight them.
Some of the dimensions of this, so they can't weigh more than 113 kilograms and can't be higher than 2 meters. What we're seeing, Oja, though, from that footage anyway, a lot of spinners, is that essentially the way it's happening here? You've got more spinners involved than other types, the hammers and the flippers.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of hammers though, because in the field, in the corners of the field, there are big hammers. So if your robot gets stuck there and gets hit by one of them, your opponent gets awarded 1 point. Obviously, there's referees and they watch the match. And from what I've seen, yes, a lot of flippers and a lot of spinners.
And so in terms of scoring, what is it all about demolishing? Is there style points? Is there how do you know how you're going to win here?
If you get you hit your opponent, that's 1 point. If your opponent's robot gets hit by one of the traps inside the field, obviously that's 1 point. And from today's matches, what I saw, most of them finished by a TKO, meaning that your opponent or your robot gets stuck or hit so hard that you cannot move anymore. And talking about that, one of the most entertaining matches that I saw from today was the last one from Brabots from Brazil against a Russian team called Turbo Mechatronics. And that was the most entertaining match because the Brazilian robot got completely destroyed with all of its innards outside. And yeah, that was very entertaining.
But you think of all the work that goes into creating this, you know, all the mechanics, all the time spent. And if you get just one single blow of that hammer at the side, you're done.
It's so demoralising. So demoralising, isn't it? It's like when you've built your first go-kart when you're a kid and you go down the street and it just all falls apart and you end up rolling. It never happened to you?
That's the
just me then. I'm the bad engineer. That's why.
That's the price you pay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the sport. So
if I had to put it to you now, Oja, that who's going to win completely, you would bet on a spinner, is it?
Yeah, I think I would bet on spinners.
Okay.
But apart from that, there's one team called Big Brother from Russia. They have this huge robot, and it's pretty heavy to hit him because he has an armor all around. And only one weak point is from behind with the motor apparent. So I guess, spinners or Big Brother.
Yeah, some great names as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got,
they're up against Jungle Demons from Ecuador.
Yeah, great name. Daddy Bots from Russia, and also you've got Big Brother in there from Russia too.
Crazy Bunny.
We're going to be watching very closely indeed because it's intriguing, isn't it?
It is, and we've got first. You mentioned when you first came in there was the first robotic battle, if you like. That was DS Robotics from India, and they beat ROC China. And we actually caught up with that Indian team who gave us a bit of an insight into how they prepare for something like this.
Excuse me, Jen, sorry to bother you. I can see you're busy. Just a couple of questions here. First off, judging by your shirts, you guys are from India, correct?
Yes, we are from India.
All right. So what are you doing right now? Are you fixing battle damage from the last round, or what happened?
No. We are preparing for our first match.
Oh, for the first match?
Yeah.
I see.
So we are going fast. So we are setting up things. We are making sure that everything is fixed properly.
Well, did they give you enough time, or did you just fly here?
No. We had enough time. What happened is last night we did testing. So we did testing till 2 a.m. Not yesterday, today morning it was. So we just came back and we just, reassembling things. Our match is at 3:50. Okay. So still we have time.
Well, I see you have the chance to kind of look around here at all these people and all the different robots. Have you guys thought about your strategy? Has seeing some of the robots affected your plans?
Exactly. It's not about, all the robots. We are just, thinking one match at a time. So our first opponent is Chinese. So we have preparing strategies for them. So following up, if we are going upskill, level up in the event, we will make plans accordingly.
Well, I see that there's 5 of you guys. So, and obviously they don't sell these things at stores. So who made this? Do you have like different roles? Did one guy make it? Is someone an engineer or someone the driver or operator?
So it's like, it's kind of a mixed people thing. So here you can see 5 people among us, but DS Robotics is a team which is not of 5 members. We are almost, close to 30 members. There are working professionals and as well as students in the team. So these 5 people are free and available at this time. So we are representing the entire team from India. And in fact, when you ask about the roles in the team is always set up in a way that a person should be capable of mechanical stuff and electronic stuff, managing. So each people has different roles in the team. But, the roles are already done. And since we are in the final phase, everyone are working together and making sure that everything is going as per plan. Our strategy to them particularly is to, you know, not to, because they have a good weapon. It will give good impact. So this is a rubber sheet. We don't want to fix the rubber sheet with bolt, because, you know, if we fix it with bolt and if we get hit at the bolt, the vibration travels. So it might affect the chassis. So this is a rubber sheet. We are just fixing it with a 3M tape and glue. Even if we get a hit, we get that, even if that goes off, we are just getting escaped from one vibration and one hit.
That's kind of like how in the modern Russian tanks, they have that sort of like grid-like pattern. When something comes close to it, it takes the initial impact.
But
so that's actually a good idea.
It will not, you know, damage anything inside. It's just losing one piece of it. It doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, getting a good insight there into just the sheer amount of ingenuity and effort that goes into getting those machines ready before they go out and try and bash 7 shades of something out of the opponent. But incredible action today with the spinners there, as our correspondent was just telling us. It's all about the spinners so far and the robots. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that, as well as many other events today.
Yeah, because we've got another guest. We say guests, they're our mates now, aren't they? They play e-games. They're very familiar with them all, and they help us a lot during these games too. Now, there was one called Counter-Strike that got started today, and just to let people know, if I describe it as a first-person shooter game, then people sort of get the mental picture in their head. But this is an event that... the digital part is playing the game, Counter-Strike, and then there is the physical part, which is laser tag, isn't it? So just take us through the game first, Counter-Strike. What are the objectives?
First of all, speaking of the game Counter-Strike, it is, of course, one of the most famous games, I would say, in the world, first of all. And second of all, speaking of tournaments, because there are plenty of tournaments on Counter-Strike in the world, and now the games of the future, if we take a look at the prize money, for example, first place is going to take $175,000. So I think that fact speaks for itself. But speaking of the game itself, we have basically 2 teams comprised of 5 people in each. And speaking of the objectives, you either playing terrorist side, so to say, or counter-terrorist side. So for the terrorists, the objective is to plant a bomb and to explode it. But for the counter-terrorist team, the objective is to defuse the bomb. There's also an objective if the... Well, let's say if the match doesn't come to the stage where the bomb is being planted, you could just destroy the other team completely, and you can call it a day.
All right, okay. And they play, it's the first to win 13 rounds. I'm calling them rounds. Is that right? And each round lasts about 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of minutes, it could be done in, like, I would say 20, 30 seconds.
Right.
It depends on the teams, on the strategies, of course, that they are implementing, and the level of communication between the players. And so, yeah, well, basically we are now looking at the game between Love Kazan and Donsu Esports. Love Kazan, I would say the name speaks for itself. Those guys love Kazan very much, and it is a Russian team, as well as Donsu Esports. Well, Donsu Esports, if I'm not mistaken, it's a team comprised of, well, Russian players, first of all, and they are students of the university of one of the Russian cities, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it is basically a beginning of the second round. You saw that Love Kazan won the first one. A little spoiler, Love Kazan actually won that game. Good communication once again, a good play. I can't say nothing about that. It was almost flawless.
And looking at this in comparison to other shooter games, it seems to be a lot more tactical. And this is what I read. So people say it's not just a question of rapid fire. It's actually, you know, a few well-placed shots could do a lot of damage and win you the game.
Exactly, yeah. It is also a game of positioning because, for example, on the screen you just saw when one team they threw some smoke grenades that basically stops the other team from seeing what is happening on the other side, just like you can see right on the screen. And good, well, let's say a good grenade throws could also win the game. Whether you throw in a flashbang at the right time, you could just take the whole team completely. Whether you throw in a smoke bomb to prevent the other team from seeing where your team players, where your allies are going, is also very crucial in this case. And you know what? Just one shot from AK-47, for example, in the head, or maybe two actually, could take out the player completely, and or just like that, you saw the guy just stabbing with a knife from behind, and it is, well, it's done and dusted for the other player.
Terrorists stabbing, it all gets a bit gory, doesn't it? But it's very popular.
And, another thing I've noticed here, is that, is that there seems to be quite a good international mix of teams. So I say that because other things we've seen earlier this week, such as World of Tanks, it was very much sort of Russian, Belarusian dominated. But here, teams from Spain, China, Serbia, as well as Russia.
Yeah, a lot of actually different teams from different countries. As you mentioned, there are teams from Serbia. There are some teams from Russia as well, from Kazakhstan even. XGOD, one of the most, let's say, prominent teams with some prominent names in it, and some Chinese teams as well, two of them actually. Interesting fact that a team from Spain called Ramboot R10, they are mostly comprised of the people who are above age of 35, so they are basically like veteran players. And in this case, when you look at the games, when you even speak of the games, computer ones, I mean, you would wait to see some young players about like 18, maybe less, maybe slightly more, but not more, I would say, than 25 years old, maybe. But in this case, when all the players that the team consists of are above the age of 35, it is actually fascinating. They've put a good show as well, but to their veil, they lost it, sadly.
It's pretty worth pointing out, this is, of course, the phygital game, so that's the digital aspect of this particular sport, this particular tactical challenge. Then you've got laser tag as well. Is there much move over between the two? So people playing that computer games, will they take some of what they do in the game into laser tag? Is there much crossover?
Well, I would say there is the physical representation of the Counter-Strike game. I would say that, because there are also two teams, 5 players in each.
Can you use the same tactics?
I would say it depends a lot upon the map. So, for example, there are several maps in Counter-Strike, but there's only one map, if I'm not mistaken, in laser tag. Of course, the teams are being granted like an opportunity to look at the layout, to look at some places that they could gather in or use to their own advantage. But at the same time, the objectives are quite the same. So one team plants the bomb, waits for it to explode, and the other team needs to prevent that team from exploding the bomb.
One thing I've always thought, Andy, is that those people with the best quads muscles are going to be the best at laser tag, because you have to crouch down so much and then jump up. Or
just be small.
Or just be small. And then
you see, I should be a tactician in this. All right, well, look, we've got a little... well, I say explain, and we do like to get behind the scenes at Games of the Future and talk to people and the players, but about other things, not just about the sport. Here's what we got to know about the people who play Counter-Strike.
Hello, I'm Ross from... ¡Oh, no! ¡Qué cabrón! Digo, me acerco. ¡Ah! ¡Toma! ¿Te he dado? ¿Qué haces? ¡Toma!
Bueno, me quedo yo arriba, tú estás atrás.
Yo estoy por debajo, ¿eh?
Venga, dale, dale. 1, 2 y 3. ¿Dónde estás? ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces? Me está viendo, perro de mierda.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
Venga.
Blindfolded. Do you think you could do this blindfolded? I don't think I could.
No, like
camera 2, camera 3, camera.
I'm looking continual. I'm in awe of some of the skills. I know it takes a lot of hours to get up to what they're doing there, but some incredible skills. You know,
They are. Do you know the
come
reaction
across.
time of those guys? So when they see something and they react, it's 1/5 of a second. And that's a really important skill to have when you're e-gaming, because you have to spot everything before the other guy. So as soon as you see it on the screen, you're reacting with your fingers. And
how many times do you think those people playing said to their mother, "I told you I wasn't wasting my time"?
Well, when the first paycheck comes in.
Yeah. And they buy the first house for their mother.
Yeah, then she's quite happy.
And they were good. That there's going to be a lot of action with Counter-Strike throughout the week. It's just on day 2 now, so we have another, including today, 5 days to go. So we'll be keeping you right up to date with all the big developments from Counter-Strike 2 and the big names, the big teams there taking part.
Now, we've got more football on the way, because coming up at about 6:30 our time, so that's in about 6 minutes' time, our 10 team, which is the team that was set up by Ronaldinho, only the World Cup winner from Brazil, Champions League winner, Ballon d'Or winner. So, you know, they are quite good. And they're playing Ajman Quattro team, and they are from the United Arab Emirates. Not to be scoffed at either. And we were reading that their coach actually is pretty big into beach soccer.
Beach soccer.
Set it up in Iran. So the two sort of tie together. You look at the small court, maybe the skills needed. So, you know.
And it's not just Ronaldinho's name. He's invested, hasn't he? He's got into this. He's made sure that his players have the best controllers, you know, the gaming seats, all that. It costs. It adds money,
right.
you know.
And he said when he played football, you know, he couldn't just go down the local sports shop and buy a pair of boots. You know, they had to be made for his feet. And it's the same approach. He says, look, I need to see your hands, what are they like? We can make controllers that suit, you know, your metatarsals.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people going to these games in Kazan trying to work out, you know, is it the style of Ronaldinho, the way his team is going to play in the physical part of the game? Because we saw in the match before with the Russian and Brazilian teams, it was fiery stuff. There was no diving. There was none of that nonsense. Like,
well, they were diving, but they weren't doing it on purpose. You know? They were getting
it was
knocked
hardcore.
around. Yeah.
It was hard work. So I'm wondering, will there be silky skills a la Ronaldinho?
I think there will, but what it showed as well is that it doesn't count for everything. I mean, Lokomotiv were a strong team, weren't they? I mean, defensively, they weren't messing about. Gamma at the back, for me, he'd be my first pick. I think if I was playing 5-side, I want to play on his team. But the Brazilians, they knocked the ball around well, but I felt towards the end they were tiring, and Lokomotiv stole it.
No, absolutely. OK, we have now a little piece to bring you on Daniel Hawkins. He's probably the hardest working man in this organisation.
Actually, no, I think we've got, I've been told in my ear, we can go to the match now, because they're warming up. It's about to start.
Oh, here we
We've only
go.
got 3 minutes to go. I thought so. Maybe they're getting things started early. So let's cross over now live, and it will be the digital part first. That's a game of five-a-side on the console.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go live from Kazan. The future is here, and here are the digital games and the football tournament, which continues. The second match, the second live match between Air10 team and Ajman Quattro team. Quattro team representing United Arab Emirates, and the Air10 team represent Brazil. My name is Roman Mazurov, and so let's stick to the point. And by the way, just we've said before, our team is the squad of a legendary Brazilian football player, the world champion, the Champions League winner, Ronaldinho. And by the way, this team was a runner-up in Digital Games number 7. And this time, of course, they came here to Kazan to make a further step forward in order to get the win, in order to get the victory. And according to the level they show, they produce, well, they have all the chances to do it. And the score is 3-0 already in favor of the Brazilian squad. And as for Ajman Quattro team from Arabic Emirates, and the head coach is the Iranian coach Karim Mohadam, and there are players from different countries: Oman, Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon. But so far they're trailing 4-0, and Erling Haaland to the near top corner. You know what? The football players name the near corner the goalkeeper's corner. So the goalkeeper needs to deflect the ball, which is coming out to the nearest corner, and this time the goalkeeper did not manage to do it. And 40 seconds to go in the first period. Another attack for R10. Good possession. Oh, that was a dangerous pass. That actually could be a mistake, but not this time. R10 are not in a rush. Good dribbling from number 8. And the Brazilian team is... Oh, this is the counter attack for Quattro team. Now the goalkeeper. And on the left and to the center, the header for Erling E. And the ball goes wide. The end of the first half, and the big advantage for R10 team. So we're waiting for the restart of the game between R10 and the Ajman Quattro team. So far, a huge advantage for the Brazilian squad, and so far no chance for Ajman. But like we seen in the previous game, Lokomotiv versus Tamo Junto, nothing is over until the final whistle goes, because Lokomotiv had a slight advantage in the digital part of the game. They took an early lead in 2 goals, and afterwards Tamo Junto equalized, tied the game, and even they had the lead, 1-point lead, 3-2. But Lokomotiv players that actually are very skilled players, the winners and runners-up of multiple digital football tournaments, they scored the 3rd one, and afterwards the winning goal of the digital part of the game, the 4-3. And afterwards, in the physical part, Tamo Junto had a big advantage in possession and big advantage in the amount of shots on target, shots on goal. But it did not help, actually. At the very end of the game, Gamir Sharpanov scored the winning goal that brought actually the W for Lokomotiv, the first W in the tournament. And I remind you that this is the group stage, the first game, and speaking about the whole tournament, the team that takes the first place in the group advances to the quarterfinal, and the second place and the 3rd place, they will have to play at the last 16 round, and afterwards one of them will advance to the quarterfinals. So the team that actually will win the group, they will have one match off. They will have more time to rest. And so Lokomotiv grabbed the first victory over a very, very strong and tough rivals, and that was quite a physical game with many tackles, with many hits, with many fouls, a very emotional game, and sometimes the players even tried to fight each other, they shouted at each other, but happily nothing happened like that. So the referee booked the players that made that fouls, that conceded that fouls. So that was a very, very emotional game and a very hard game for both teams, of course. And of course, it's a very sad thing when you lose such a close match. I'm speaking about Tamajunto team, because when you lose, when you're being trashed 10-0 or something like that, well, there is, I think, no problem with that, because one team is much stronger than the other. Well, it's clear. But when the game is close and when the teams take the lead one after another and one team wins at the end, and the team that lost, we remember that Tamajunto had some questions to the referee, to some of his decisions, but nevertheless, Lokomotiv was better in this particular match. But nothing is lost for Tamajunto, because they will have 2 more games to play and they will have big opportunities to show themselves, to collect the wins and to advance to the next stage. So because we saw the high level of Alexei Gurkin's team. By the way, Tamajunto, I remind you, is a Brazilian squad, but they have the Russian captain. And as for the teams that are playing now, and we're having a pause, a very long pause, actually between 2 periods of the digital tournament, so I will name you the squad. So let's start with Ajman Quattro team. Number 5, Said Al-Hamadi. Number 4, Saif Al-Hamadi. Well, maybe they are brothers. Number 1, Ali Albu Darash. Number 7, Ahmed Al-Rajdi. Number 12, Abdullah Alamiri. Number 3, Abdulaziz Ablalarvi. Number 10, Abdulaziz Haider. And number 8, Mohammad Merhi. As for R10 team, number 6, Juan Pereira Aires. Number 11, Pedro Gonzalez. Number 7, Rodrigo Viana. Number 10, Marcelinho. I wonder if he plays as good as Marcelo was playing. Do you remember that? Legendary Brazilian player, the world champion and multiple Champions League winner. Number 9, Ivo Oliveira. Number 8, Gabriel de Medeiros. Number 1, Gonzalo Santos. And number 23, João Pérez. So we're still waiting until the game will resume, until the game will continue. And I wonder why the pause is so long. I don't think that the players are so exhausted that after the first period of the digital match that they need so much time to rest. So until we're waiting, so let's speak about the previous game, because there were so many episodes are worth talking about. Just like I said, that Tamajunto in the physical part of the game, they had so many chances to score, but I think the man of the match of that particular match was the goalie of FC Lokomotiv, named Daniil Bilaev, number 1, and he was number 1 of the field, because he conceded only 1 goal in the game, but there were at least 10 shots on target and he made a lot of saves. He actually was booked with a yellow card in the second period because he tried to save his goal and he ruined number 4, Vinicius Almeida da Silva. He smacked him down. He hit him with some kind of a low kick, and he hurt the back of the Brazilian player, and because of that, Vinicius Almeida needed to leave the pitch, and he needed some time to recover and to rest. And when he got back, after several minutes of playing, he started to take his revenge, beating the opponents, and happily for him, he was not booked with a yellow card, because some fouls he made it seemed to me that they were made on purpose, because he didn't really want to hurt the opponent that actually hurt him. So, the man of the match was Daniel Belayev, the goalie of FC Lokomotiv, and because of his efforts, because of his level, because of his skills, Lokomotiv could save the score, and speaking about the goalie of Tamo Junto, the Brazilian team had also Russian goalkeeper and the Russian captain. The captain is a very famous football blogger named Alexei Gurkin, who has several thousands of fan base at his social media, and he makes lots of interviews with football stars from different countries and from Russia, of course. So I think that we are about to see some video now, so let's stick to that video.
Welcome to the Games of the Future. A game of phygital football has two parts. The teams play a football video game on a game console before competing on a physical court. Digital stage. The teams play two 3-minute halves of two-a-side play with a 3-minute break. Different pairs of players compete in each half. The score may be tied at the end of the digital stage. Physical stage. The game on a physical pitch consists of two 5-minute halves of 5-a-side play. At the beginning, each team is awarded the number of goals it scored in the digital game. The goalie's job is the hardest one, since the goals here are bigger than in standard mini football and players may bounce the ball off the boards. The winner is the team that has the highest score in both digital and physical games combined. In case of a tie, the match moves to a penalty shootout. The group stage of the tournament has GSL-style groups, followed by single elimination playoffs. The teams that won all their group stage games go straight to the quarterfinals, while those who lost one game compete in another qualifying round. Good luck, have fun.
Всем привет, мы команда FC One из Армении. Традиции в команде надо, чтобы всегда было весело. Всегда было весело, вот самая главная традиция команды. Ну, мы пришли только за победой, а как получится, уже не знаем. Приятно было познакомиться, мы команда FC One из Армении. Приятно было познакомиться. Два раза сказал. Поддерживайте нас.
Hello, we are Colgates and we are from Guatemala.
We think that it is more hard playing because we are visitors, but we are hoping that the support here and people in Kazan is going to help us a lot. And we have an advantage because we know all the teammates a long time ago, and we have a lot of dreams to play here, and we're going to do a good job.
They're going to be really tough. Like, I don't think any match is going to be simple because everyone here is so good.
and especially the first match is I think against the champions from last year, so it's going to be tough, but I think we're ready.
Команда у нас называется «Феникс», мы из Москвы, прошлогодние чемпионы, этим гордимся. Многие футболисты дружили, а после первого чемпионата и уже в первом чемпионате даже кто кого не знал, до сегодня даже дружит. И у нас реально дружба. Это самое главное, что вот этот спорт объединяет. На сегодняшний день мы сейчас на пике. Многие волновались, кто-то переволновался, кто-то недоволновался. Но в итоге все выходим на 24 число на пик.
我们的球队叫广州球信，我们一点都不担忧，我们来到这里就是享受这个运动会，享受就是这个俄罗斯喀山给我们的这个运动会一个快乐一个体验。对啊，我们来的就是享受这个一切的足球啊、游戏啊，包括我们这边的吃啊、住啊，我觉得都是很好的。我们球队可能因为应该会从防守先做好，因为我们面对着不同国家的球队，我们不太知道人家的实力是怎么样，所以说我们先把防守做好。进攻的话，我们就尽量的简单一点，有机会了我们就会多点打门、射门这样子，因为这个门框跟正规的5人制的门框是大很多，所以说我们在进攻方面我们就会简单一点。
Команда представляет собой 5 различных национальностей. У нас отличная командная атмосфера.
Мы уже на играх в Казани не первый раз, то есть мы уже 2 раза приезжали сюда. Поэтому борьба и накал страстей, я думаю, будет потрясающий. И надеюсь, что в этот раз мы приехали за победой.
El nombre del equipo, bueno, por lo de México, lo de Quetzales, que estamos representando a nuestro país y estamos contentos por lo que representa los primeros juegos digitales. Entonces sabemos que venimos muy fuertes en la consola, muy fuertes en el fútbol, entonces la idea es quedar campeones.
Nuestro grupo luce complicado, pero también el formato implica que una victoria te posiciona ya muy bien de cara a las finales. Entonces vamos partido a partido, independientemente del rival, pero sí, por supuesto, hemos visto no solo nuestro grupo, sino la competencia en general y vemos equipos que son muy fuertes como Lokomotiv, como R10 de Brasil. Entonces, cualquier partido el rival va a saber jugar, todos somos buenos acá y todos queremos ir por el primer lugar, entonces va a ser un gran reto.
Yeah, our team, Red Star Belgrade, or Crvena Zvezda from Belgrade, Serbia, has 34 league titles and 27 cup titles, I would say, the Serbian Football League. And also in 1991 in Bari, Italy, we won the Champions League, or previously known as the Cup of Champions.
Я играл 2007-2008 за Луч Энергия Владивосток, премьер-лигу. И так у меня очень хорошо, что я второй, третий раз уже здесь, в Казань. Мы сделали все, чтобы пришли здесь так довольны, чтобы сделали себя 100%, чтобы так.
So here we go. This is the what's written that this is the first part of the digital game of the digital tournament, but I think it's not true because the score is 4-0 and it's definitely the second part. So far, the Brazilian team, R10, they are in the big lead, 4-0. And well, as far as this match was moving, a big difference between the team. It between the R10 team and the Ajman Quattro team. So we'll see what is about to happen in the physical part of the match. So far we see that R10 maintain the possession, passing the ball to each other, finding the proper way to attack. This could be it. No, there can be a counter-attack for the Arabic team, and there it is, and it's a goal! Ajman Quattro team scores the first goal for them. Let's see again. And a good kick, the left footer to the far, no, Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo never gets old, yeah? Even in the video game. And another attempt, and the 5th goal for R10 team. They maintain their 4-point lead. Good shot at after the bouncing of the ball. One minute and 38 seconds to go. I remind you that the Ajman Quattro team is the international team, and there are players from Lebanon, Oman, from Emirates, Iraq, and the Kuwait. Superb goal, Erling Haaland, 61. Well, I think it will be very hard for Ajman Quattro team to come back after such a knockdown. Or maybe it is a knockout, we'll see. The response from the Arabic team. Not this time. Good dribbling from the goalie. And well, I think that's one of the best goalkeeper having a dribbling, the best dribbling of the goalkeeper in the real life is Manuel Neuer, as far as I remember. The shot was blocked. That was a tackle without a foul from number 8. And another shot was saved by the goalkeeper. And here is Haaland. No chance. Easy money for the Norway star. 7-1. Let's see it again. One-on-one duel, and of course no chance for the goalie, unfortunately for him and for his team. So I think that there is no question of the winner in this particular match, and in digital part of the match, I insist, because maybe in the physical part we will see something different, and maybe Ajman Quattro team will produce some marvelous comeback, but how to overcome this 6-point gap, 7-point gap, that would be a very hard thing to do. Another splendid attack. Another straight direct hit. This is a complete knockout for Ajman Quattro team. They can barely pass the central line, so the game is over. And a big, superb win for R10. So let's see what is about to happen in the physical part of the game.
There you go, R10. Is anybody going to come back from that? I can't believe it. R10, 8-1 up after the digital.
There was that small moment at the beginning of the second half where they pulled one back. Mm-hmm. But Flamingo football is absolutely flowing. We had a lot of expectations of Ronaldinho's team coming into this. So far, they've been answered.
Well, this is it. And he set up an esports team.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it. These guys are professional. They've played for years, and obviously they're great at what they do. And we are dying to see how well they play football, the physical version.
This is it. We haven't seen them yet on the actual football pitch, but the Brazilians that we've seen so far, the other squad earlier in the day, they hit hard. They weren't messing around. And this team, I imagine it'll be more of the same. There's so much at stake, not just the prize money, prestige.
Yeah, just to bring people up to date, what happened earlier. So Tamo Junto are from Brazil. They were playing the Russian team FC Lokomotiv. And Lokomotiv in the digital part were 4-3 up. And then it went to the physical part, and that finished 1-1. So overall, the score was 5-4 in Lokomotiv's favour. But the way that the physical game played out, the Brazilians were very silky, weren't they, Ewan? It looked like they had it all under control, particularly when they got that goal. And we thought they were going to do enough to win, but they lost it at the end. But despite that, and it was pretty feisty, the whole game, wasn't it? There was a bit of that going on, bit of argy-bargy. But what I'm trying to say is they came to talk to us afterwards, because Dan Hawkins got an interview with their goalkeeper.
Fantastic.
And we can hear that now.
Just tell us your name, your team, and where you've come from for the Digital Games.
My name is Igor Rezende. I'm from Tamo Junto, Brazil.
Thanks so much. So what are your feelings after that game? It was a very close call, and some would feel the Brazilian team deserved to win that, and the Lokomotiv boys were quite lucky. What's your assessment?
First thoughts, we are very disappointed about the last call of the referee. Everywhere else in the world, a block with the elbow is a foul, but this time he didn't call that. And some things that happen in football, okay, we get mad at the time, but it is what it is. So we try to come back in the next game. And our expectations still high. We made an incredible job with one coach, EAFC coach in Brazil, and prepared us very well. As we say, we could shock the guys of Lokomotiv in the EAFC. I think they were expecting an easy win in EAFC and just control the game in the pitch, and I think we surprised them, but they still very qualified. I think they will be at least in the semifinals of this tournament, and I hope that we can face them again.
Will you be looking to improve the physical or the digital aspects of your game in the coming couple of days? Are you going to be on the training pitch or fingers on joysticks trying to develop some tactics on the PS4?
Oh, there's a balance. We have to have a balance in this moment. Like, we can bet our chips all on the pitch and either in EAFC. We have to have a balance on this. But I think we have the most important thing is to have a plan in both situations, and we apply our plan. We have another cards on our sleeves, and I think in the next game we will surprise again.
How do those two aspects complement each other? How important is it to get a win in the digital part, to get in the right mindset psychologically for a win on the pitch?
Oh, it's very important. It's very important. I think it's crucial, but we cannot take this for granted, you know, like everything that happens. Like, we have a win in EFC, we still have to have a cold mind, a strong mentality to bring to the pitch and maintain that and even go further than that. And if we lose, we have to be strong in the same way and try to get back. So it's kind of a balance anyway.
And is it your first time here in Kazan, in Russia? What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's my first time in Russia at all. It's my first time in Europe at all. I'm very, very happy to be here. And like, we have another game, and we try to win to be here as much as possible.
So this is the first Digital Games in the world. Is it what you expected it to be, or is it much bigger and better? And also, what did your friends and relatives think when you said, I'm going to Russia for this new tournament? Are they watching you closely?
Yeah, everybody in Brazil is watching us right now, so hi guys. We are very delightful to be here, and we expect to be here more times and have another Digital Games of the future in other years, and maybe in Brazil, why not? People in Brazil like to party, like events like this, so I think we'll be fine.
What do you make of the level of football, both physical and digital, that you've seen here so far? Is it a high level? And what do you make of the atmosphere here at the Games?
The atmosphere is still giving me goosebumps right now, so I'm really excited about that until as well. But the physicality here is very strong. We faced friendly matches with Guatemala. We have friendly matches with Armenia as well. And we saw different type of games as well. And in FIFA as well, we have a very high level here. There's pro players from Turkey, national champions. There's a lot of high level right here, on and off the pitch.
Is there a distinct difference in style between the Russian Lokomotiv team and your Brazilian team? Have they brought their sort of trademark South American style here, and was there a trademark sort of Russian style that you saw today?
Oh, no doubt. It's easy to see, like, Russians have a very strong football, a very physical football, and they know how to use it very well. And Brazil is like the magic, the speed, all these things that it's born inside. We don't know how to explain, but you could see in this game, and I think we will see in other games as well.
How important is it for these sorts of events to bring people across borders, physical and digital, together, to unite them in their passion in sports and in games?
everything's a step, and this is a huge step for that. I think for all the community to get together, these are the kinds of events that we need to have.
And final question, what is your dream final? Is there a team that you want to face in the final or a team that you want to avoid? What's your prediction?
I would like to say that I want to face R10, the other Brazilians, and Portuguese, and Phoenix as well. But after today, I want Lokomotiv again.
Good luck for the rest of your games. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, man.
Good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the physical part of the game between our 10 team and Ajman Quattro team. And after the digital part of the digital match, actually a huge, solid advantage for our 10 team. And I think that it will be very hard for the Arabic squad to come back and to create some miracle, maybe some miracle comeback, because, well, it will be really, really hard for them to change the way of the match. So let's see. They are facing Brazilians and the team of Ronaldinho. And what the Brazilians are capable of. We've seen the previous match, and we saw an interview with Igor Rezende. And actually, according to his name and to his last name, I thought that he had Russian roots, but it's not like that. Igor Rezende is from São Paulo, but it's written in the media that he has Lithuanian roots, so that is because of his last name, Rezende. By the way, Igor Rezende used to play for the professional Brazilian team. He used to play in different Brazilian clubs, that will be correct to say. So we are about to begin the physical part of the game. Maybe this is just a formality, a formal part, because the difference so far is pretty big. So let's see if Ajman Quattro team will show the character, their will. So let's stick to the point, and Ajman Quattro team is about to begin the physical part of the match. The score is 8-1 in favor of R10, so here we go. So far the team is not in a rush, trying to possess the ball. Oh, is it a foul? No. And the turnover. Marcelinho. Here is Marcelinho. Passing on the left. Feeds the goalkeeper. Gonçalo Santos. Passing on the right. Well, of course, R10 will not rush anywhere. They will just take their time, and maybe they will wait until the time expires because of the score, of course. But maybe they have the will to score more goals. And here is the first shot, and deflected by the goalkeeper, number 1, Ali Albu Darash. Nicely done. Let's see it again. That's a good save from the goalkeeper. And another attempt, no. Nicely defended by Quattro team. Now they have the possession, number 8, the captain, Mohamed Mirki. The goalie, Albu Darash. And a long ball, the rugby kick from the goalkeeper of Ajman Quattro team. So far, there was only one shot on target. Oh, the ball was wide, too wide, I think. Poor shot from Marcelinho, number 10. Now he's ready to defend, and you see the pressing from the Brazilians. They do not want to let the opponents just to cross the center line. Oh, that was definitely a foul. Good tackle. And there will be a free kick for Ajman Quattro team. The coach Karim Mokhadam from Iran. And there we go. Oh, what a reaction. What a reaction by Gonzalo Santos, like a tiger on the baseline. And here is the counter. Marcelinho feeds the partner, but the defender steals the ball and gets the possession back. Another shot, another try from Ali Al-Budaraj. 3 minutes to go. Gabriel de Medeiros slowly moving forward, stops and just looking for the partner to assist. Here is the goalie, Santos. Maybe he will shoot by himself. Exactly. Another save from Ali Al-Budaraj. Half of the period passed, and so far there are no goals. And despite of the fact that the goal is bigger than in the classical football, and another left footer from Marcelinho, but these are straight shots. Here comes the captain, bounces the ball over the board, and here is the shot, but too weak, and another straight hit, and no big deal for Gonzalo Santos. Passes on to Marcelinho, the leader of the team. Practically all the attacks are another long ball from Marcelinho. He's trying, and there will be a timeout, I think. So far, no goals at all from both sides, and the score is the same, 8-1 in the favor of R10. Oh, that's a good move. That's a good defense from Abdulaziz Haidar. Number 10, and another big shot. Oh! Perfectly caught by Gonzalo Santos in a skywalk jump, so to say. Nice pass. Rodrigo Viana, double team against him. And there we go, Abdulaziz Ablawi. Oh! Was that a goal? No. No goal, says the referee. The ball did not cross the baseline. So, another attack for R10 team. Nice pass, one-touch pass, but I think that Pedro Gonzalez did not expect. Another. I wonder why Ajman Quattro team is trying to score the goals shooting from their part of the field. They do not try to come closer, and the ball all the time goes wide. A superb kick. Nice heel pass, no look pass for the Brazilians. Well, this guy actually looks like Mesut Ozil, doesn't he? Abdallah Alameri, number 12. Well, I wish he could have played like Mesut Ozil, maybe half of skills of Mesut Ozil, and I think that could definitely do for Ajman Quattro team. Marcelinho, the first goal of the game, of the physical game. And a timeout, says Abdallah Alameri, looking like Mesut Ozil. Well, I think that Ajman Quattro team has some things to discuss.
Okay, in the ground, you must control. Abdulaziz, you must move. Yami, start move. Or go, start. Ashkanani, why you shoot here? Go near best place, go shoot. No, go if there.
Well, the coach is absolutely right, because he's asking his squad, especially particular players, of why they shoot at such a long range, because these kind of shots are not big deal for the goalkeeper. A very skilled one, Gonzalo Santos. We saw that he has a good reaction, good instincts, and a good level of playing, so it's really hard to catch him with such kind of shots. But maybe the team from Arabic Emirates, well, they don't have any chance to come closer. And just like I said, that the pressing of our team is so strong, is so tough, that well, they can barely cross the midline. So look at this. Well, another big shot, but deflected and blocked by the defenders. And well, just warming up for Gonzalo Santos. That's quite a tackle. Marcelinho, that could be a good pass and a handball, I guess, of number 3, Abdulaziz Ablawi. So this will be a free kick or what? Oh, this is the end of the first part. 9-1, still the big difference in the score. And so far, not a slight chance for Ajman Quattro team to get closer to the leaders.
Wowzer.
There's no way back, is there? There's no way back. 9-1 down now.
That's what we've just been noticing here, haven't we? That it's all about conserving energy almost. You get the big win if you can in the digital phase, and then you just see out the match. It is half-time. There's still hope, but it is a big score. Our man in Kazan is waiting for us.
He is, Dan. He's on the screen. We can talk to him now because he's been watching every kick of that ball too. Dan, good afternoon. How did you enjoy that one so far?
Well, I've certainly enjoyed it as a football fan. I can tell you, though, the stadium here is already emptying because, let's face it, I mean, this is a foregone conclusion, really, unless it's a miracle's about to happen. And speaking to some of the players here before who said how important it is to get a win in the digital game before they take to the field, to get the right mindset, get in the right mentality. Well, the team from the Middle East there really lost it before it began, right? They were thumped up there on the PlayStation, and you can tell just by their body language, their energy levels, they knew they had a mountain to climb. And really the Brazilian boys, the boys in black, they're feeling so relaxed. They've pushed their opponents right back into their field, into their half. The Arab team really didn't even make it out, didn't create much of a goal threat at all. And you can just tell here watching them, and by the energy of the crowd as well, though they are loving the goals. That goal from Marcelinho obviously got a big cheer, but I mean, really, this is a mountain to climb for the Middle Eastern team, which is, of course, a shame because Iranian coach brought the All-Stars together from the UAE, from Lebanon, Qatar, Iraq. This is very much a mixture of top players in this small league from the Middle East, and for them to just get this thumping is a bit disappointing.
It is, but I mean, if you look at the physical right now, if you just took the physical game, they're not that far behind, but as you said, it was all down to the digital, and you shouldn't forget that this R10 team has been around for some time as an esports team.
That's right. I mean, this is effectively 2 legs, right? This isn't a home and away. This is just 2 legs here at the stadium. And they lost the first leg with such a margin. Yes, the difference in class is very obvious. The difference in history, in level is there to see. But yes, as you quite rightly say, the goal scorer in the physical aspect isn't that different. But that, as I say, is because the Brazilian boys can just sit back, enjoy, show some of their skills, show some of that Brazilian flair and fire and mastery, while the team from the Middle East are really facing an uphill battle. But to be honest, they've really struggled even to create a goal threat, even to get a shot on target, though we did have a fantastic shot from the keeper, which was saved by the Brazilian keeper in the top left-hand corner. What a cracker that would have been had it gone in. Who knows, though? We've got 2 more periods here to go. Maybe we're going to see a miracle. Anything's possible in football, right? So let's see what happens.
You had a fascinating interview right before we started that game with that goalkeeper from Tamo Junto, the Brazilian team. And one of the things he said, I don't think I really realized how critical it could be, was the point about when the game is over, the digital game, it's crucial to have a lead going into the next phase, not just half-time. Dan, we'll crack on with that with you later because I think the game has just begun again. Let's cross back.
So here we go. This is the second part of the physical game between R10 team and Ajman Quattro team. The score is 9-1. No. 10-1 after this spectacular goal from Marcelinho, number 10. The leader is on top again and again. Look at this splendid combination, and Marcelinho was absolutely unmarked, all alone in front of the goalie, Ali Albu-Daraj, and he did really try to save the goal, but it was a really hard task to beat. 10-1. Daraj on the left. Here comes Haider, passing into the center of the pitch. And on the right, Aplavi. Oh, that was a foul from number 9, Ivo Oliveira. So now, Ajman Quattro team has a brilliant chance to score the second goal. Here is the wall, of course. According to the fact that the Ajman Quattro team during the match tried the long shots, maybe there will be another one, or maybe there will be a smart pass. Ashkani here, oh, and he hits his own partner, and he hits. And here is the counter from number 7. Oh, here's the post, and Marcelinho. Oh, isn't that a penalty? That was a clear slider from the Arabic team. The game starts to become a little bit tense, don't you think so? Let's see it once again. Rodrigo Viana. That was a clear slide, and another post. Viana to the center. Oh, what a mistake! But Marcelinho helps his partner to maintain the possession. On the left, the Medeiros. Some dribbling from the Brazilian, of course. The Brazilians are extremely good at dribbling and fooling their opponents. Just dancing with the ball. Feeds Gonzalo Santos. And Gonzalo with a big shot, and the ball goes wide. Albu-Daraj rolling the ball to the partner, Abdulaziz Haider. Well, the speed is pretty slow for Ajman Quattro team, and with such kind of a speed, with such kind of pace, it will be very hard for them to do something to score some goals in the match. Oh, that was hard. That was rough by Rodrigo Viana. Maybe he wanted to increase the tempo with that kind of foul. Let's see it again. Well, that's a yellow card. Definitely, that's a yellow card. It should be. Because Rodrigo Viana did not even try to touch the ball. And we see Ali Albu-Daraj, the goalie, sitting on the ground. And yeah, he's asking for the medics to come. There's something wrong with the knee, I guess. Some injury. I hope that it's not bad. I wonder if there is a substitution for the goalie in this team. And I do really hope that this substitution will not be needed. Here is Abdulaziz Abdulawi. Well, he's out. And here comes Abdallah Alamiri. But who is going to play as a goalie, I wonder? Well, according to the score, it doesn't matter. Any one of the players can take the place in the goal, so to be a goalkeeper. Another poor shot. Well, yes. Number 12, Abdallah Alamiri is now a goalie. So let's see. Well, you know, in bigger football, there were some occasions and some matches when the players that actually had their place on the pitch as forwards. And, oh, look at that. Here's the sixth man. Well, the fifth man. I beg your pardon, the fifth man. Like, so this is the empty net, I guess, like in a hockey. Oh, what a big shot in the post. You heard the sound. Here is the counter. No empty net. Abdullah Lameri managed to come back. He did it in time. Marcelinho is rolling the ball, passing on the left. Medeiros is looking for the partner. Oh, almost nicely played. Another foul, by the way, another foul from Rodrigo Viana. I think that this was the third foul from him in a row, and here is the superb kick, but not good enough to score. One-touch pass, one-touch kick, beg your pardon, but the goalkeeper is just perfect. Let's see it again, but it was a direct hit, a straight shot, so no wonder that Gonçalo Santos reacted. But maybe he didn't see the moment of the kick, so... Whoa, what a save! And here is the counter from a Arabic team. A handball. A handball from Ajman Quattro team. There it is, the hat trick for Marcelinho. Third goal for the number 10, Marcelinho. 11-1, and with just 33 seconds to go, and Ajman Quattro team is invited to the center of the pitch for the 11th time. Maybe we will see a second goal for Ajman Quattro team, but with this kind of offense, I think we're not. And the empty net. No. And 10 seconds. Not this time. Another attempt, another try. Good pass to the captain, and here's a big shot, but blocked by Ivo Oliveira. That's it. Here is the final sound of the game, and the big, huge win for R10 team. They did not leave any chance to their opponents today. Well, the Brazilians prove their high level, and of course we do really wish the quickest recovery for the goalie of Ajman Quattro team. Well, this is the first loss for them, the bitter loss, the big loss. Well, that's a shame, but our team were too good for today. So this is the end of the game. And let's stick to the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I enjoyed that shot right at the end, by the way. We should mention that ref cam. It's quite interesting, isn't it? All the different views you're seeing. But the overwhelming thing I'm taking away from that match is that it's not so much about Ronaldinho, even though it's his team. It's Marcelinho who absolutely marshaled the match there. It's our first time seeing R10, the team. Yeah. A lot of talk, Andy, about how they would play. There was so much fanfare because of their link with Ronaldinho. They lived up to it.
They did. In terms of silkiness, I would have said that the other team that we saw today had a bit more flair to it, but I think that was just the nature of the game, Tamajunto. But that physical contest that they had in the Euro game was closer.
They didn't need to this time around.
These guys, exactly. R10, did they really need to come out and put on a show? Because
they marshaled the game. Yeah.
They won the digital part, what, 10-1? So there's no real need, is there, for them to put the,
It's scary for the rest.
It is scary for the rest of them, particularly that digital part, because if that's the way it goes, then, you know, it's going to be a tough nut to crack, that R10 team. Now, I think we can speak to Tim, our correspondent, Tim Kirby, because there's another event going on right now. It's called Dota. It's a multiplayer battle arena game. It's an extremely important game in the world of e-gaming. It's an extremely lucrative sport, and millions of people do watch it around the world, including the stream we're giving people right now. So, Tim, just bring us up to date with the teams that are involved in this final, and what stage are we at?
Hello, friends. If my notes have things right, it should be MGD taking on Extreme in the final. Right behind me, in fact, they're setting up for said final. It is amazing. So many people are coming in here, all paid tickets. You know, I'm kind of jealous. I've been to a lot of sporting events, but this is a massive crowd for an esports event. This is crazy. So many people are here to see Dota, and as you mentioned, Dota is one heck of a game, extremely popular throughout the world, and it's the kind of game that separates the true gamers from normies like myself.
Yeah, well, you're in good company there, Tim, because it's been an education for me all this week too, how this game is played. I'm intrigued to know that so many people have come out to see this live, because unless you're really into the game, you could actually be quite overwhelmed by how it's played. But I guess people are there for the atmosphere, the spectacle, and just perhaps to find out a bit more.
Well, it's kind of like one of those things where, you know, if you understand the game, then everything makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? When I was a boy, and I think I was 7 years old, I first saw rugby on television. I was like, that's kind of neat. But it took going to the library, this was before the internet, it took going to the library, taking out a book to read the rules for the next time to sort of understand what was actually happening. And I think that's kind of, with Dota, you really have to watch 2 hours worth of YouTube videos, and then you start to understand what's actually going on.
And with regard to these two teams, Tim, they are powerhouses, aren't they? They're both Chinese, LGD Gaming and Extreme Gaming, and these are the ones to beat when it comes to Dota.
And not only that, they have a bitter rivalry going. From what I understand, they've already played 9 times in the past, with the record being basically split almost even 5-4. So these teams are both, I'll put it this way, each team can definitely beat the other and beat the other under high-pressure situations, as they've done in the past. It's really any man's game, and that's what, of course, makes a good final match.
Yeah, sure, and I'm just intrigued to know also how this game is being presented to the people in the stadium there. So it's on a big screen, is it? The people in the stands? Just to describe the scene.
Well, I'm not quite sure what you can see on the camera, but to the right and the left of me, we have the teams sort of sit in front of a giant monitor. Both giant monitors, which I mean are giant, show the audience what's happening during the game, and you can see the the players playing and all that in front of it. Obviously, there's a lot of details that are hard to catch because Dota goes fast. All of a sudden, there's a lot of things on the screen, and then they get destroyed, and there's very few left. Yeah, so that's kind of how it is. Essentially, you have the 2 teams split to the 2 sides of the arena, and above each one is a giant screen that sometimes shows a more general view, sometimes it glues into a certain hero that is doing something of particular importance. So apparently they have someone behind the scenes, let's just say, in the role of the director, making sure we see what's interesting rather than someone like running back to base to get something.
Sure, you know? Okay, it is fascinating, isn't it? Tim, we hope you get a good seat because this thing goes on for about 3 hours. So I hope you get a cushion to sit on and a cup of tea perhaps as well. We'll be back to you throughout the night. Thank you. That was Tim Kirby there in Kazan. It does look good, doesn't it, with the big screen and stuff? I was wondering myself how this would be presented. You know, it's in a big stadium.
I tell you what, it's going to be a very lucrative Saturday night for one of those teams as well. Going home with the better part of that $1 million prize pool. Like, these teams go around the world, and it seems to be these 2 teams as well. As Tim says, big competition, big rivalry between the 2 of them. It's going to be an interesting few hours.
And apparently there's another event that these guys are flying to tomorrow to take part in another Dota tournament.
And people question if they're athletes.
Exactly. You have to have stamina. I mean, if you're sitting in front of a computer screen, concentrating non-stop for 3 hours, it's taxing, isn't it?
Can I just point out as well, there's also the super final on this as well. So whoever wins the event gets to choose the actual physical part, because that's what it's all about. These games, the phygital games, the digital and the physical. So the digital, of course, is the Dota 2, but they're going to have to get out of their seats and go and play. I think it's a mix of either football, basketball, and something else. So we're waiting to see who wins, who gets to choose laser tag as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they compete in the super final.
And how many years will it take before you can just say the word phygital, and everybody will know what you mean.
That's it.
Let's hope it's not too long, because it's a mouthful, isn't it, at the moment? But we're enjoying it a lot because, as you say, it's that combination of the digital and the physical.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Now, who on earth put these games together? That might be a question you've thought of. Where did they get the idea from? And how well is it all going? Well, we spoke to the man who's organising it all. His name's Igor Stolyarov, and this is what he told Tim.
It's very nice to meet you. As I understand it, you were the grand organizer, the man behind the games today.
Not the man. It's not. I'm not the man. There are men.
Men.
Okay. There are lots of men who are behind it.
Well, where did this then passion come from within you and your team and your partners and so on?
From inside. It's a very simple answer. I mean, it's like the passion is coming from inside. There is objective reasons why we've created this, and there is an aspiration for the sport in the future. We were analyzing lots of trends and lots of different reports and research. How did we come to that idea in terms of how did we organize the games of the future per se? And I think this is just this is a combination of the passion, as you're saying, and lots of data, research, and lots of exploration of these data. So if you combine these two things together, then you have this tournament.
Well, I would have to assume that you're very happy with the way things are turning out, because if we look out there into the hockey arena, it is absolutely full house. That is amazing.
The thing is that with the offline spectators, we're happy.
Yeah.
But we couldn't be 100% happy until you see the online figures. We are more interested, of course, in the online spectator rather than in the offline. Not to offend the offline spectators.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the number of views, the super target that we've set for ourselves is 3 billion views, not unique views, which is which is a very ambitious figure.
Yeah, so 3 billion views across the whole event.
3 billion views would correspond to approximately 250 million unique spectators all around the world, including global streaming services like you have YouTube, you have Twitch and Trovo, including the regional services like Huya.com in China, or there are many streaming platforms, endemic platforms in China, or including the Russian streaming platforms, which is VK Play or VK Video, including Josh in India, for example, that you haven't heard about, and including social networks, including TV channels and traditional TV.
One thing though about then with going back to the sort of the research and how did you actually select which? I can see with the sports, obviously football is sort of the world's most popular sport. Hockey, obviously very popular in Russia. But how did you select the video games? Not you personally, but the organizational team.
This is a big lecture. I mean, you have to go, if you want to go into details, it's going to be like a 2 hours narration. But what we're having a unique business unit within our organization, which is called Phygital Lab, Phygital Laboratory, which has been doing the selection, very careful and meticulous selection of each and every discipline based on the numerous factors. I'll just give you a glimpse, just give you a notion. There's something like 50 factors that these guys have been analyzing while selecting mobile games, like strategic games, out of the whole array of the strategic games that you are having in the cybersport, or selecting a shooter out of the hundreds and thousands of the shooters that exist in the world. They've been doing a careful and meticulous selection by the 50 parameters, and then they are clinching these two things together, the physical part and the cyber part. That was another exercise after that. After selection, there was a filtration, there was a selection, a deselection. These guys have been dedicated for this kind of thing for the last, again, 2 years. We've started this process for the 2 years, and that's how they came up with this thing. And that's how we made sure. One of the first selection criteria that we looked at was the viewership, how this discipline or cybersport is being viewed all around the world.
Oh, I see,
Twitch and YouTube, how many views.
And that sort of revealed what's the most watchable of the video games.
Watchable, then appealing to the youth, technological, can be replicated, not costly.
Oh, yeah.
Etc., etc. So there was a whole array of criteria by which each and every discipline has been weighted and analyzed.
Wasn't that fascinating?
Yeah, very lucid.
And he seems to have got the formula right, hasn't he? Considering, or if you look at the number of people that are packing the stadiums at the moment, people want to come and watch. The key variant is how many people are going to tune in online, which is a big one. But according to their own analysis, they do hope it's going to be massive. So we'll wait and see and get the figures out.
Well, as you say, this is the first ever. This is the inaugural Games of the Future. By the 10th one, when it comes around, we'll wait and see how that offline and online figure-ship has gone. Dota 2 is the big event today. The final is very short time away. As you can see on screen now, the third place match has wrapped up, and it is a bronze medal for Invictus Gaming beating Boom Esports to take that sizable purse as well, that slice of the purse. Always big money here.
Always, and we should point out the people who actually win the final tonight, the team will walk away with $350,000.
Not a bad few days.
That's incredible, isn't it? And then on top of that, as we explained earlier, they do have the option of a super final where we'll take part in a physical challenge in a separate final, and they can choose laser tag, football, I think, or basketball. But if they win that as well, that will be another $100,000.
Yeah, incredible.
It is. $10 million in prize money in total was available at the Games of the Future.
And the final, I'm looking forward to it as well, because it was just teed up by our correspondent in Kazan. But just looking at some of the details involved here, you have the powerhouse there that is LCD Gaming. Sheer amount of money that they have earned over the past number of years, $25 million. But Extreme Gaming, the team going up against them, another Chinese-based roster, they basically have a brand new roster. They went and they overhauled what they had before, saying it's not working, and now we really need to catch up with LCD. So there's a lot at stake here. It's not just the prize money. There's a lot of pride too.
There is a lot of pride. Here's some trivia for you. I mean, you can see by where these teams are from where this game is most popular in the world. And in some Asian schools and universities, they actually have courses teaching the core skills and fundamentals of the game. I find that amazing.
Well, that's the way it's going. Esports is becoming huge, and you know, if it's so popular, then you're going to want a slice of it.
Yeah. And Dota 2 is also part of the Southeast Asian Games, as well as part of the physical games where we're at too. So yeah, this is the trend.
And
as we were hearing.
As you say, Asia, East Asia particularly, is Southeast Asia too. Very popular among these particular games that the Games of the Future is focusing on. And indeed, the next time around, we may well be seeing a host country in China. We do not know whether that is going to be happening at this stage. We wait and see. But there's a lot of countries with deep investment in what is happening at this event.
That's true, and we'll stay across that final for you. It could take 3 hours to wrap up, but we'll be there every step of the way. Now, another thing that's been happening today is the basketball. The group stages in that have been continuing. Today, it's Group C and D who play their second game. And there was one match, the early match, saw a Caribbean squad, Argentina, Venezuela-based team, come up against Ramboot Esports. They're from Spain. And it was an important game too, because both sides knew defeat would end their tournament simply because they both lost their first game. I think we can show you now how it unfolded.
It's a huge day in the digital basketball here in Kazan. Second game for our Caribbean squad and Ramboot Esports, and it's a huge game for them because they lost their previous matchups a couple days back, so they cannot afford to lose another one as we're getting familiar with Caribbean squad, a team based in Venezuela and Argentina. Juan Cala wearing number 55, Pasa Acosta number 7, Jose Manuara wearing 30, and obviously Andre Salcido wearing number 0. Caribbean squad lost to Belarus team Exponenta 22-27 overall, and they lost 10-19 in digital. And now Ramboot Esports, a team representing Spain, they are October champions because the first digital competition was held
back in October. It was a little surprising to see them lose their first game against the Chinese side, MDMX, and it went to a series of 3 throws, and Spanish team was able to score on only one of them. That game ended with a final score of 29-31, and Rambut Esports also lost the digital part 17-20. The digital part is probably the biggest event when it comes to digital competition across the whole tournament. It was big in hockey, it is big in football, but it's the biggest part in basketball. You don't want to lose this one at all, because it would seem that almost every game in which one team wins the digital part, it is the team that goes on to win the game overall. So once again, I'm underlining that not only Rambut Esports and Caribbean Squad lost their first games, they also lost the digital part. I believe that Evgeny Siddiq, a former CSKA Moscow coach, he's the head coach for the Caribbean Squad at this tournament, and he said that his team would be happy if they lost the digital part of the game, which has just gotten underway, by a margin of 5. If it's no bigger than 5, it's fine with them. They believe they can outplay their opposition on the hard floor. But so far, it's actually the Rambut Esports that are taking an early lead. Jerry West, a legendary basketball player from way back in the day, is played by Q Denny, and Giannis Antetokounmpo is played by John Galarza Pedrosa Eon, also known as the Scorpion. And as for Caribbean Squad, they're wearing black jerseys in this one. Salcido plays for Steph Curry, and Juan Cruz Cola plays for Kevin Durant. He's the one with the rock right now. Get into the rim, get in a return pass it back to Steph Curry, one of the better players when it comes to long-range shots in the game. But this time around, he goes for the layup and gets an easy bucket. Pay no attention to the box score at the bottom of your screen. It's obviously not a zip-zip basketball game, but I believe that the reason for the score to be updated so slowly is that the referee who's in charge of keeping score, he's located actually behind the players who play the game, and it's difficult. Sometimes it's difficult for him to see anything over their shoulder, so it might take a while to update the score. So pay no attention to that.
Here we go.
Rambut Esports are currently in the lead. Jerry West with the ball. That means that Q Denny is controlling him. Antetokounmpo takes a shot from the 3-second zone, and it's right on the money. Now, Q Denny, who plays for Jerry West, he's actually one of the better digital basketball players at the tournament. He's a professional cyber athlete, and he's a European champion at that too. So it's no wonder that Jerry West looks like his actual self back from the 50s and 60s on this digital court. Funny thing is that you can choose a lot from a large number of players when it comes to a digital part of the game, unlike in hockey where almost every team opted to play for Team Canada. In fact, there was only one team that opted to play for Team USA in the hockey competition. Here in basketball, you get literally almost 100 players to choose from, and it was Team MDMX, the one that beat Rambut Esports on day 1 of the tournament, that basically set a trend for players, because it was Team MDMX who picked Jerry West first, and looks like Q Denny liked what he saw and decided to go with the legend Jerry West as well. He's one of the better balanced avatars in this game. Might not be an obvious choice, but it definitely works. Caribbean Squad just got a 2-point shot in. Steph Curry plays it to Kevin Durant, and his shot is blocked by Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak, Giannis with a J. in front of his name, believe it or not. That's the way it's spelled in Greek. Steph Curry has the ball again. And Jerry West picks off a bad pass. Goes to the area behind the arc. Step back. Tries to create some room for himself. He shoots and he doesn't score on that shot, but he gets the ball back, gets an open look. He's got the hot hand, and this one is good for 2 points. Once again, you get 1 point if you score from under the basket, and you get 2 points if you go for the long shot. What a dunk by Kevin Durant, getting a point back for his team. And now Spanish team gets another possession. Q Denny gets stripped off the ball. Steph Curry plays it to Kevin Durant. It took a while to get set for a shot. Caribbean squad might not be as experienced as Rambut Esports when it comes to digital basketball, and you kind of can see that in the way they play the game. They're trying to make more of a classical basketball plays on the digital court, while Rambut Esports, they got a professional cyber athletes in their ranks, and it definitely shows. Spain is up 16-6 in this game, and they're only 3 points away from clinching the digital part. Obviously, you need to get to 19 points to win it, but most of the teams actually, once they get to say 18 points, they try to go for a 2-pointer because it would still count, and they would get an extra point heading into the physical part of the game. Kevin Durant plays it to Steph Curry. Steph Curry is played out by Salcido, back to Durant, and his shot is blocked. And now Jerry West taking an open look shot from 2-point range, and it's right on the money. So that's something to look out for, as Rambut Esports are poised to win this one. They're just 1 point away from victory.
Let's go get a bucket.
It'll be interesting to see if they decide to go for the 2-point shot to carry an extra point into the physical competition. It might prove to be huge. And definitely Caribbean squad, who were planning on losing this game by possibly 5 points, they're not any calls, are they? Q Denny attempting another 2-point shot and goes back into play off the rim. Another 2-point shot, this one with an open look, and it goes in. So Rambut Esports reached 20 points plateau, and that they will have a 13-point lead heading onto the hard floor. A very huge advantage for heavy favorites of this matchup. It'll be fun to see if they can defend the lead, or if it's going to be Caribbean squad who will turn it around and possibly climb a very steep hill and get a surprising win in this one. That's something to look out for. But once again, like I said earlier today, so far at this competition, it seems that the team that wins the digital part goes on to win the game by an overall score. There is a substitution on Rambut Esports compared to the first game they played against MDMX, and it's quite a surprising substitution. Number 8, Carlos Martinez Pardo, also known as the Silent Hero, will not participate in this matchup. It's quite a surprise, given the fact that he played on Pro Tour, an elite 3-on-3 basketball competition, and he's actually ranked 24th in the world of 3-on-3 basketball. That's a pretty decent position to be in, but he did not have a great game against MDMX, and he's not in the lineup for this one. So it's going to be Salcido and Juan Cola, also known as JC. They will start for Caribbean squad. Once again, that's the team representing Venezuela and Argentina. They will be wearing white jerseys in this one, and wearing red jerseys with yellow shorts is Rambut Esports. Always great to see players lined up like that just before the start of the game. Looks like it will be Caribbean squad who will get the first possession of the game. JC Carlo will not be in the starting lineup for the Caribbeans. I believe it's going to be John Galarza, Pedroso, Ion, and Jose Santoja Bejero, who will start for the Spanish side. Galarza wearing number 73. He's easily recognizable by a scorpion tattoo on his arm. And obviously his nickname is also Scorpion. And as for number 7, Jose Santoja, he's known as the local hero. Caribbean squad get the first possession of the game. Jose Manuare, also known as Chon-Chon, had the ball and it went out of bounds, as it was blocked by the local hero. I just love saying that. Scorpion attempts a 2-point shot. It goes back into play off the rim. And the Caribbeans pick up the rebound. Salcido gets a return pass and shoots from in tight. And it just doesn't go in. We're about 30 seconds into the physical part of the game. Still no score. And the Spanish side leads the game by 13 points. Attempting a mid-range jumper. It looks like there was a foul called on the play. That is in fact the case. And John Galarza Pedroso, who's got Ion written on his back, will be taking a free throw for a chance to earn a point for his game. That's the first foul of the game too. And he is right on the money. John Galarza Pedroso gets the first point of the physical competition, but the Caribbean squad gets it right back. There's another foul called on the play. It's the second team foul for the Caribbean side. Galarza tries to muscle his way to the rim. Almost gets stripped off the ball, and the time is about to run out, so he has to shoot. He goes for a long shot. It was a pretty decent shot for the amount of time he was given to prepare for it. And now a long shot attempt by the Caribbean side. They also get the rebound, and there's a foul called on the play. That's the first team foul for Rambut Esports. Jose Santoja picked it up. JC looks to drive to the rim, but it's not so easy to do that. JC takes a shot from inside, gets an air ball. And now it's Galarza on top of the arc. Gives it to Santoja. Santoja tried to shove his way to the bucket, and he took a one-hand shot as the time was about to expire on his possession. 5:17 to go in the physical part of the game. We're taking another look at the last shot taken. Almost impossible to score on shots like that. So far, it proves to be a low-scoring physical basketball game. Just one bucket for each team. And obviously, the only bucket that Galarza got, that's the second bucket he gets, but his first one was off a free throw. Long shot attempt by Caribbean squad, and they won't get the rebound. Galarza gets the ball down low, gives it to Santoja. He's got an open look, he shoots, and it doesn't go in. Foul called on the play. That's going to be third team foul for Caribbean squad. You can't go over 6. If you go over 6, every other foul called against you will end up with a free throw for the opponent. It was during the shooting motion, so there's a free throw for Galarza. And he's 2 for 2 in the game, giving his team a 4-1 lead in the physical part. Salcido gives it to Manuare, who takes a long shot, and it's no good. Looks like there's going to be... Is it just out of bounds, or is there a foul as well? Looks like there is going to be a foul called against the local hero. It is in fact the case. Caribbean squad is one of their smaller teams at the competition as they get the bucket from under the rim. Galarza has got an open way to the net, but there's going to be a foul called on the play, and I believe it might be an offensive foul at that too. As Jose Santaja just shoved his opponent. Galarza for 2 points, and is good from downtown. John Galarza Pedrosa Aeon, the Scorpion, gets a 2-pointer to go in. Goes for another one, and he's good right away too. That's 2 for 2 for him in just about 10 seconds. Caribbean squad tried to get the 2 points right back, and they off the mark. Santaja gives it to Galarza. Galarza got 4 points, or rather 4 seconds to take a shot. He's fouled on while taking a shot, so he'll go back to the free throw line. 3:38 remaining to be played in the physical part of the game, as a timeout is called. And as a matter of fact, the foul is going to go against Galarza. He elbowed JC on that last play, and that caused the stoppage.
Vamos a llegar duro, dale, falta mucho, dale. Dale, Mara, con todo. Necesitamos dos buenas defensas, metemos una y nos ponemos en juego, dale. Con base, con base.
Well, if you speak Spanish, you understood it perfectly. It ain't over till it's over. The Caribbean squad believe they still have a shot on this one, even though the game seems to be slipping away from them ever so slowly, but steadily too. They lost the digital competition 20-7, and they're down in the physical part of the game 8-2. They also got 14 fouls. In just under 3 minutes and 30 seconds to pull off a comeback. They tried to get a 2-pointer in. It's no good. They almost intercepted the pass though, and it went out of bounds. So Rambut Esports will get possession back with 9 seconds on the shot clock. Alley-oop attempt, and it's good. We haven't seen a lot of those at the competition, but that one was perfect. Caribbean squad with another 2-point attempt, and it's no good again, but they do get a very difficult layup. 2-pointer by John Galarza Pedrosa, and it's good. He's been running it from beyond the arc, and finally the Caribbean squad get a 2-pointer in. Santaja with a J off the shoulder, doesn't go in. Caribbean squad pick up the ball on the rebound attempt, another 2-point shot, and this one is right on the money. They made a couple of them in a row. Kickball called by the official. 2:35 remaining to be played in the physical part of the game. Caribbean squad are running out of time. Ball goes out of bounds, and the Caribbean squad pick up another foul. Let's take another look at it. Call it whatever you want. It is a foul in any league. There were probably a couple of them in there. And Jose Santaja Ferrero goes to the free throw line, and his shot is good. So it's 12-7 now in the physical part of the competition, and the overall score is 32-14. There are two ways that Rambut Esports can win this game. They either get to 39 points first, or the time will run out on the Caribbean squad. Foul is called on the play. And Jose Santaja shows sportsmanship. That's always great to see. And now Juan Cala, JC, will go to the free throw line. Taking a while to get set. But he's good. And it's 32-15 now with another long shot attempt by Galarza. He picks up his own rebound and gets an easy bucket with a hook shot. Two-pointer gets blocked, but the rebound is with Hassan Manawar, who takes a shot and is good. He gets the bucket with under 2 minutes to go in the physical part of the game. Miscommunication there by Rambut Esports, and the ball goes out of bounds. Let's take another look at two-pointer by Manawar. Nothing but net on this one. And now JC tries his luck, and the ball will get out of bounds after it licks the right side of the rim. Just about 90 seconds remaining in the game. Galarza split the D with that pass, but a foul was called on the play. Another offensive foul for Jose Santaja. Spanish side will keep the possession, and this time around Santaja gets an easy layup. Two-point attempt by Salcido, no good. How about Galarza? He decides to go for a pass and drives to the rim, doesn't get the bucket. Manawar will attempt a two-point shot. That's the only chance they got in this one, really, the Caribbean side. If they can make it rain out there from beyond the arc, they might get a chance to catch up to Rambut Esports. And if not, the time is going to run out in just 64 seconds. It's a make or break situation for the Caribbean squad as they pick up their 7th team foul. And Galarza goes back to the free throw line. It was good. And since he was fouled on a two-point shot attempt, he gets 2 free throws. He has been perfect from the free throw line tonight. And he gets another bucket. Last minute of play in the physical part of the game. Spanish side need 3 points to end it before the time expires, as Santaja gets an air ball. 2-point shot attempt by JC, and the ball goes out of bounds. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, 45.5 seconds rather. And Caribbean squad called timeout. JC wants to talk to his teammates, as there's only a couple of possessions left in the game. Not much to talk about, it would seem, after all. Just a quick sub, and they were back on the hard floor. There's about 4 possessions left in the game, and look at that. Q Danny steps onto the floor, the cyber athlete. Air ball for John Galarza. While Rambut Esports do have an almost insurmountable lead in this one, so why not give Q Danny some spotlight? Q Danny plays it to Galarza. Galarza, 5 seconds on the shot clock as it drives to the rim, and he gets an easy bucket. 2-point attempt by the Caribbean squad, and it goes in. Foul is called on Q Danny, so he will get a chance to get a point in this one if he can score from the free throw line. No good. No good, but he's gonna get another attempt at that. Q Danny goes 0 for 2, but he picks up the rebound. Pump fake, goes for a long shot, and that's a huge air ball. Misses the bucket way wide, but there's only 10 seconds remaining on the clock. The score differential is 16 points. And as a matter of fact, the Caribbean side pick up another 2 points, and there's just a 1-point differential between the two teams in the physical game. Q Danny gets another air ball, but he's all smiles about that. Now the Caribbean side get 2 points here. As they do, they actually get in the lead in the physical game, and they win the physical game, but that's not enough because they lost the digital part of the game heavily, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. The digital part in basketball digital competition is the biggest part. And the heavy favorites get their overall win. That's their first win of the tournament. It was surprising to see them lose to MDMX a couple of days back. They needed to win tonight, and they got the dub. That's all that matters. Even without Martinez in the lineup. So there you have it. Rambo Esports taking the game 37-25 against the Caribbean squad. And that's all we got for you at Expo Center right now. But there'll be other games to be played. Lots of basketball to be played, in fact, in the next couple of days. This is only the beginning, really. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the physical part of the game. There were some tremendous buckets scored, but no player was bigger than John Galarza Pedroso Eon, also known as the Scorpion. He was raining it from beyond the arc, getting 2 points after 2 points after 2 points. Coming up huge for his team, John Galarza Pedroso. He wasn't that hot in the first game, but he sure was in the second game of the group stage. And how about that alley-oop pass? Like I said, we don't get to see many of those in Kazan these days, but that one was perfect. Rambo Esports established a firm lead early in the physical part of the game, and even decided to play Q Danny in the final few seconds, just to put him in the spotlight. He's a tremendous cyber athlete, but some screen time never hurt anybody. Caribbean squad won the physical part of the game technically by the score of 18-17. But since Rambo Esports just dominated on the digital court, that proved to be the difference. Caribbean squad got a point back after losing by 13 on the digital court, but that was just not enough. Once again, it's Rambo Esports representing Spain, winning the game by the final score of 37-25, scoring 13 two-pointers. But the Caribbean squad were also good from beyond the arc, scoring 8. So there you have it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, there we have it. Rambo Esports going through to the knockout stages, and Caribbean squad, unfortunately, it's the end of the road for them. They go home. Have you enjoyed the basketball, Una?
Yeah, that's my first time really seeing like a full fired up Latin battle. You had the Spanish there against the Venezuelans and the Argentinians. I liked what I was seeing there in terms of the court itself. You know, it's
yeah.
When you're talking about how it works in sync and coordinate.
Yeah, absolutely. I like a lot of things that I saw there, particularly the motion tracker on the court. Yeah. I like the lighting of it too. There were plenty of things to enjoy there, and a reminder of the score is Rambo Esports that went through 37 points to 25. So an important win for them. Just rattling through some other scores that we've had today too. The team from Madagascar, Antananarivo, they beat the Olcates from Guatemala. Also MDX, they made up for a previous defeat. They beat Exponenta 26 points to 24. And then one of the last games of the day, Liga Pro got the better of Paris Digital. So that brings you up to date on the basketball. But it has been good, hasn't it? I really appreciate the motion tracker that they have.
I like the jeopardy as well. I like the fact that if either of those teams had lost, they're out. You know, they would have spent a long time getting there with qualifying, getting their teams to Kazan, and as we said before, the first games are always the most crucial. Both those teams, especially Ramboot, who came in as notable squads, they had lost their first game, knowing that if they lost this one, there was going to be trip
home time, basically. Yeah, exactly.
You know? So now they've got it's a long week of basketball ahead. They have to be careful with injuries. You got to be careful with getting your rest periods and all that. But at the end of that match, they look to be in control.
And it's and even though it's a shorter version, isn't it, of the actual traditional sport basketball, you can still see they work up a big sweat playing there. And
it's intense.
It's not an easy game to play.
I'm often thinking, you know, when you're playing like this with the digital and the physical sides, how do you work your rest periods in as well? You know, you could game all day perhaps, but then you have to know, you have to work out when you're going to be at your most, you know, aware and critical and energized, because it's
talking to the
a lot
MMA
of games
guys
in a short period.
On that point, when we interviewed some MMA guys yesterday, the mixed martial arts, they were saying it was
especially MMA.
Well, they said it was actually quite therapeutic to go from training to go onto the PlayStation.
Yeah,
they quite enjoyed it. It was actually, they found it complemented each other quite well. Whether it is the same for other events, other sports, I don't know. But you know, hey, no, we'll talk to other people as we go along. Won't we? We'll find out.
Question.
And we've been speaking to some other people too who've been very busy organising the whole games. It's a huge task. Earlier we spoke to Igor Stolyarov. He was the head of the organising committee that's put all this together. But we've also managed to speak to another guy too, who's part of his team, and this is what he told us.
So could you tell us your name and where you're from?
Andrea Armellini. I'm from beautiful Italy.
Oh, beautiful. Wow, that's a lot. I like that. So anyways, what brings you to Kazan? What are you playing in the games? Are you volunteering?
I am with organization. I'm an Italian blogger and entrepreneur. I have a small company in Moscow that makes Italian gelato. Gelato is so tasty that we actually don't need that much of advertisement. We just try to make the best product we can, and then it will just sell itself.
What are your favorite sports here to watch, be they digital or physical?
I think that physical is more for me than digital, but I think that the combination of the two is something new that will have a very good perspective in the years to come. It's very difficult because you have to have the places where you play with the computers, and then in the same place you have to have an arena where you can play shooters or where you can play hockey or basketball, and so the organization is difficult, but everything is working fine. The only difference between just physical sport and digital is that everything here depends on electricity. So we just had a case on basketball where for a moment electricity went out and the guys were playing basketball digital, and so they had to switch everything on, and you know, it's something nothing bad, but it's interesting because if it was a football match, electricity goes out, 2 minutes, and you start again. Yeah. While when it's digital, you have to turn the computers on and try everything one more time.
Yeah, and the referees have to convene to see, like, okay, do we do the match over again, or do we start from like the 5th minute or whatever?
But everything was sourced out in like a couple of minutes, and the guys was already playing like nothing happened.
Oh, I see. Cool, cool. And so Kazan, says someone who lives in Moscow, what's the difference? Is there something you like better about Kazan, worse? What's your feelings about the city?
I think that Moscow is the most developed city, so that's why I chose Moscow for living. But I also think that Moscow is very crowded, and so sometimes it's good to get out and go to St. Petersburg. It's my first time in Kazan, but I think it looks a little bit like St. Petersburg, and it's a little bit smaller, and it's something I really like because it's better for walking, having a nice evening, sometimes with friends or something like that, while Moscow is more crowded and for work.
Oh, yeah. Moscow is basically one giant office. You go there to make money. I agree with you on that one. So it's always nice to meet a foreign person who truly understands Russia. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Guys, we'll stick with us. We've got more action coming up.
Grazie mille.
Grazie mille.
Ciao.
Andrea from, quote, beautiful Italy there. I like a person who enjoys his work as well.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? Yeah. You could tell. The expressive way he talks is always cool, isn't it? Because you get so many different nationalities at these games. It's interesting to see how they all talk.
Yeah.
We had some very laid-back Americans yesterday. Then you've got sort of stern, I wouldn't say stern Russians, but you know what I mean, focused. And then
focus is the word.
Yeah, focus is the word. There's a whole variety to look at and
absolutely
observe, shall we say?
Well, the man who did that interview, he's actually standing by to talk to us live now in Kazan. Tim Kirby is keeping abreast of the big developments today in one of the finals, one of the early finals at this tournament. That is Dota 2. Tim, LCD Gaming, Extreme Gaming, Chinese rivals. How's it going? It's underway.
It's going very good, guys. In fact, just a few minutes ago, something happened that you never see in the finals of any Dota tournament. A rare event occurred. Someone's mouse died, so they actually had to pause the game and completely replace the guy's mouse. I don't quite understand what happened there, but apparently the game does have a pause feature. As you know, if you're a Dark Souls fan, a lot of the hardcore games don't have pause anymore. But so anyways, that issue is resolved. Everyone is going forward. People are having a great time. In fact, the announcers, I can hear, are having a blast because in this game you have to select basically from a very large roster of heroes. It's called a draft. And before the game began, they did the draft. And two players drafted some of the more silly characters, a panda and a squirrel wearing a hoodie. So the announcers are going nuts. They're loving the panda, they're loving the squirrel. But one thing I can say is so far, it's dead even. The line of battle hasn't moved at all since the beginning. The characters are getting more power, building up more experience, doing more damage, but the line still seems to be holding regardless of whether there's squirrels and pandas.
It sounds tense. Is that how it looks like?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you really watch the actual players, because they show their faces, you know, the look on their face isn't like when you play games with your friends, like, haha, man, it's pure intensity. It's, I'm gonna get you, we're doing this. You know, so yeah, it's very intense, and especially because with the game, a lot of times, you start getting hurt as one of the heroes, and you have to flee, right? And so you're trying to back off, and the other side is sort of deciding, do I want to pursue and risk getting hit myself, or do I back off? So that's kind of the moments the audience is the most excited about. When one side is retreating and the other is trying to kind of run them down, but without going too far. What I mean by going too far is because on your side of the battlefield you have a lot of defensive towers. So if you retreat to your tower, you essentially have a very good chance of surviving retreating. And so it's kind of the balance of, do I run down or do I sort of let them go back?
Big audience offline, online as well, Tim, because this is what it all comes down to. This prize fund of $1 million on the line. LCD gaming, the Real Madrid, the Manchester United of Dota 2 at the moment, but then you've got the new roster of Extreme Gaming. Is it too simplistic to say that LCD gaming should take this with considerable ease?
Oh, absolutely not, because they've lost to Extreme before. It is really any man's game. In fact, they've lost multiple times to them before. So yeah, this is still, unless something happened behind me, no, nothing happened crazy behind me. It is still pretty dead even. So the competition's really good. One thing I can tell you, that was a very heartwarming moment that also shows just how popular Dota actually is. Before the match started, there was a chant of Xiao, Xiao. And what is that? That is the name of one of the trainers of one of the two teams. So apparently you can get a lot of clout from being a Dota legend, even in Russia.
Tim, keep us aware of all the big updates from Kazan at the Dota 2 final, if you will. Tim, good to see you again. We are joined here in the studio, you may have seen as well, by Ilya, who's been coming in, giving us his expertise on the big gaming features of this tournament. Dota 2, Ilya, we've just been hearing from Tim there. Quite tense in the final. Of course, so much at stake, not just bragging rights, but that huge prize pool.
Well, listening to Tim, I've made some points. First, about technical issues of the tournament. One of players' mouses has died, so they had to pause the game. Actually, this happens every major tournament. It's either mouse or the screen or the keyboard. If something can go wrong, it probably will.
How critical is that?
It is critical. You can't play without a mouse or without.
Yeah, presumably though, in game, if it happens, you can call over people to fix it pretty much straight away.
Well, if it happens during the fight, you can always press just one button, F9, and the game will be instantly paused. And well, it's.
How many times can you press that then?
as much as you want. Like, well, every player can pause a game once in 5 minutes, I think.
I see, right.
But well, it's just ethical to wait for your opponent to fix his issues and to win fairly. And actually, it's against the rules of the game, of the competitive tournament, to use this technical advantage over your opponent. So yeah, that happens. Actually, the games were paused quite a few times in previous days. In quarterfinals, I recall one game between Quest and Boom Esports was paused for over 20 minutes just because one of the players had some connection problems. So it happens. It's just technical.
LCD gaming, extreme gaming, we're just hearing there. Are you surprised?
Yeah, I have to correct you.
Excuse me. When those two teams coming into the finals, were you expected that at the start of this tournament that they would be the last two?
Absolutely. I was expecting LG to play in the finals because they're titans of the game. They've been around since 2009 and they're well known across the globe, across the Dota community, across the game. They're known for their tactics, for their players, for their hard pushing of the enemy. So
all right, well, let's quickly move on. I know this is taking place, but I think we've got highlights of the third place game that took place.
Those are highlights of the game for the third place between Invictus Gaming and Boom Esports. They played 3 maps. So the final score was 2-1 in favor of Invictus Gaming. But the first game is actually remarkable because of it's like pulling the rope for both teams. Boom Esports were barely able to win the first map. It was a very tight and close game. They just ran from one base to another during team fights. The game was 53 minutes, I think, because that was a very intense and interesting to watch game. But the last two where Invictus Gaming won, well, I think they just gathered up their strength and just told each other, guys, we have to win this. Well, we got some money to score. And they won those with relative ease, ending the game by the 32 minutes mark each.
Is there any reason? I mean, we've got Chinese then winning first, second, third place in this Dota competition.
Well, I told you yesterday they put a lot of effort into preparing for games, for tournaments. For them, it's not just work, it's their life.
I just wondered why it's so popular in China and are other parts of the world catching up, do you think?
Well, I think firstly because of the juicy picture you see here. It's all flashy, explosions, different characters and stuff, first of all. Second, that its complexity allows to use your mind at its maximum capacity to think about the strategies. I already told you about the LGD, who are well known for their pushing capabilities. Actually in Dota, why are there so good Chinese players, in specific Chinese teams? They have not only the team itself, but they have a big crew behind it. Each team has a coach. Usually it's some retired player, or a player who doesn't feel like playing anymore, but he still can use his knowledge of Dota to help.
That's what Tim was saying, in fact. He was saying that the crowd were shouting out, chanting for the coach, not the players.
Nickname of Invictus Gaming.
Is that
coach.
How crucial a coach can be in this game?
Yes, absolutely. One of the Chinese team's coach was a major player throughout years. He is well known. In China, actually, those players, they're superstars, celebrities of high level among the youth. That's no doubt.
And during the game, Ilya, who barks the instructions? Who gives the orders? Is there a team captain or is it the coach?
The captain. The coach is not allowed to join players during the game because of some history with that on previous tournaments a few years back, because, well, coaches were used to gain unfair advantage, just listening to the crowd, giving some meta tips, I'd say.
I see. And are there any dirty tricks that get employed that are sort of allowed, but you know what I mean? It's like the elbow in football or the... Is it the equivalent in Dota, a little dirty tactic that people do?
I think they can trash talk each other in social media or just before the game.
Right.
But usually players are respectful towards each other because Dota is so flexible that team rosters are constantly updated. And one day you play for one team, next year you'll be joining your rivals and you'll be playing with people you beaten up last year
so
in the tournament.
You don't want to slag them off too much in case you're playing with them next month.
Because when they're not in competition, just playing for relax or just training, using matchmaking, they may end up in one team.
Understood.
Interesting. Ilya, let's go to some live pictures then that we've got. Just talk us through it. So this is the final for people who are just joining us. LGD Gaming against Extreme Gaming. They're both Chinese powerhouses in this e-game. And it's just started, about 50 minutes ago, so...
That's only the first map. We already see that LGD has advantage in gold. You see it at the top left from the time. They have advantage gold, but in that stage of the game, it's not that crucial because you can always fight it back. It actually matters how much experience you have, your character.
And if you get gold, what does that allow you to do?
Well, basically, gold is used for two purposes. Buying items, that gives you additional abilities, just improve your stats, or... and the second purpose of gold in this game is a thing called buyback. Because in intense team fights, when it's 5 versus 5 players, if your character dies, you're going to your base, you're dead, and you respawn after a certain amount of time. Usually it depends on the stage of the game and your overall net worth. But if the team can't win without you and you have just sufficient amount of gold, you can press the button, sacrifice all your gold, and be instantly brought back into the game and join your team into a fight. So those are two main purposes of gold. Well, actually, there's nothing gold can be used for.
If you can come back into the game after being killed.
Yeah, but it has a 6-minute or 7-minute cooldown, so that should be used as a last resort.
And in terms of what the players are doing now, are these teammates working with each other, or what are we looking at?
Actually, now they used an item called Smoke of Deceit. It just hides your players, hides your characters from being seen on a minimap or by enemy units until you get close enough to them to gank your opponent team. And here we see Extreme Gaming going for a Roshan kill. This big monster here in the pit is called Roshan. It drops an item, Aegis of Immortality, that allows its better to be reborn after 5 seconds on a battlefield without spending gold or waiting a minute in the tavern.
Do you wish you were playing in this World Final?
No. I don't.
Does it take a lot of hours to get to the expertise that you're looking at right now?
Yeah, it takes a lot of hours, a lot of resolve. You have to sacrifice, you have to put your life on it. I don't feel it. I like playing this game. I've been playing for over 10 years. I've spent like 7,000 hours in it, according to the Steam statistics.
10,000 is what it takes to be absolutely...
Well, this is it. Did you know there's actually a golden rule in sport? Once you spend 10,000 hours and whatever it is,
I know
you
it.
can become a pro.
I think the record for the players in this game over like 12 years is somewhat around 40,000 hours played.
I'm not sure if I should applaud that or just find that scary.
I think it's scary. I think that's scary.
Well, dedication, I think that's what you call it. It's the same at the highest level of every sport.
You've got to put the time in. Ilya, thank you coming in, giving us your expertise. That final, that Dota final, is live. We are keeping a very close eye on LGD Gaming and Extreme Gaming just to see what will happen in the next hour or two. Ilya, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, right. I think now it's time to do something slightly different. What on earth could I be talking about? Okay, fancy dress, costumes. Have you ever dressed up in some weird costume, Ewan?
Just after a night out, and I forgot.
It's meant to be before a night out.
I'm not actually going to tell that story. I'm going to keep that secret.
All right, I'll listen to it while you watch this package, I think, because Tim's been busy again, speaking to members of the public who dressed in something unusual.
Friends, modern gaming would be nothing without some cosplay. So we have definitely some of the elite of the cosplay here at the Games of the Future.
Hello, I'm a coyote from Warface game.
Oh, wow. Warface. I have to play that sometime. And
Я персонаж игры Warface, агент Импульс. Я инженер.
Engineer, okay. Well, you'll be able to help me at my dacha, okay.
We all from Warface. My character, Gloria Galahad.
Okay, all right. I really should have played Warface before I came, okay. This is definitely not Warface, right?
Overwatch 2.
Overwatch. Ah, and what character?
Kirika.
Kirika, uh-huh.
Hi, my name is Neon.
Neon. Also Overwatch?
Game Boran.
Boran, that's new to me. And you?
Hi, my name is Ksenia. I'm from Overwatch. My hero is Ashe.
Huh?
Hello, I'm Zambra, Overwatch.
Overwatch as well, and?
I'm a Phoenix agent from Counter-Strike 2.
Oh. I have to say, you're already my son's favorite. My son is quite the Counter-Strike standoff fan. You don't know how much I hear the terrorists win when I'm sitting at home. So, but anyways, friends, could you tell us, so what motivates you to do cosplay, right? Like, this is a lot of work. This is a lot of time, a lot of energy to put these costumes together. No?
Мы очень долго готовились к играм будущего, и почти все здесь делали костюмы именно к этому мероприятию, чтобы блистать и украшать это мероприятие.
Oh, so each of these costumes, she says, are created uniquely for this event. So this is actually, let's just say, the Winter-Spring 2024 new collection of clothing. So, interesting. Someone else, what got you into cosplaying? Anyone?
I saw amazing cosplayers at Igromir in Moscow in 2019. And I saw the cosplayers and I said, I want to make my cosplay for my own. And so...
Very cool, yeah. Igromir, what she's talking about is essentially that's like the E3 forum, but the one that happens in Russia. So yeah, there's a lot of cosplayers there. Anyways, ladies, thank you very much for your time and for adding a lot of beauty to the competition. So all the best to you, and if there's some sort of competition between cosplayers, I wish you all the best of luck.
Tell you what, fancy dress has gone up a peg or two since I used to do it.
If I could choose a bodyguard grouping to protect me in the Moscow winter, it would be those ladies.
I think they have to put bigger coats on.
Incredible. The amount of effort that's put into that. I applaud you all. Tim Kirby there.
Yeah, amazing.
In the midst of it all. Our other man in Kazan right now is Daniel Hawkins, and he's been doing something similar. He's been getting into virtual reality. He's been delving into cosplay, but in a very different way. And it comes high art, we're going to call this. Dan, take it away.
AI can do many weird and wonderful things. It can write text, design medicine, and even turn you into whichever character you want to be in real time. Let's have a look at the Kandinsky simulator. I simply press start, I choose my gender, and then I can choose to be somebody from the cyberpunk universe, a famous sportsman, or even go back in time. Let's have a look who we can choose here. So I stand here. Not my best photo, it has to be said. And let's see who we're going to be today. So this is Dan in the eyes of the great artists of the 18th century. Looking a bit confused there, have to say. But very surreal to see this is perhaps how my great-granddad may have looked many hundreds of years ago. That would have been one handsome guy on his 18th century Tinder profile, right? Maybe not.
He's always talking about Tinder. Daniel Hawkins, get out of there. I tell you what, that was pretty interesting to do as well. Very Rembrandt-y, I have to say about that.
Cool technology, isn't it? I mean, look, it's not just the games, and we should point this out, because in Kazan, honestly, they've done so much to try and impress the public about new technologies.
Yeah.
We've had robotic dogs, tanks that you could move with your arm, some sort of sensor with a wristwatch.
Yeah.
It was all there, and people can go along, try it out, and see what technology can offer. And I think it's been brilliant so far. Not just the digital sports, but all the rest of it.
No, it's been absolutely fab. More sports to bring you now, and I think we're going to the courts for some more basketball.
Yeah, that's right. Earlier today, there was a Group D match, the second game for teams in that group. Olcatas from Guatemala were taking on Antananarivo from Madagascar.
Ooh.
Welcome back to Expo Center here in Kazan, Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. And we got quite a matchup for you lined up. It's Olcatas representing Guatemala, of all places, going up against Antananarivo, obviously a team from Madagascar. Mario Reyes, Enrique Samoya, David Monterroso, and Marcus Rendel Faison are the players for Olcatas. They lost their first game of the tournament to Liga Pro team 35-26, and they lost the digital part 19-10, giving Liga Pro team a decent run for their money. And up against them tonight, there will be Antananarivo, a team from Madagascar. They also lost their first game at the competition, 37-22. They fell to Paris Phygital. And more importantly, they lost the digital part of the game by the final score of 22-6. Orlando Rakhajanyana, nicknamed Bila, wearing number 2. Rako Tavao Marco, wearing number 8. His nickname is very unique, it's Marco. Wearing number 29 is Rikley Lubaki, nicknamed Ricky, 27-year-old, almost 2 meters in height. And wearing number 11 will be Ibrahim Aziz Raka Risola. He's the one with the blonde hair. So it's going to be interesting to see in this matchup is how well the teams are going to do in the digital part of the competition, given that they lost to their opposition on day 1. I'm told that there are no professional cyber athletes on either team, so it might prove to be a very close battle, and you gotta wonder if Antananarivo can recover from that devastating 20-6 loss to Paris. Now playing in white, Antananarivo, Marco Rakatavao plays for Steph Curry, and Rikeley Lubaki plays for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now against them is a very interesting choice of players, because Mario Reyes went for Devin Booker, of all players, and his teammate, 42-year-old former professional basketball player Enrique Samoya, who goes by the nickname of Kikin. He chose to play for Paul George. That's definitely a first at this tournament in Kazan. But like I said earlier, no professional cyber athletes on either team. So they might not know all the nuances and little details that comes into the digital competition, as there's a huge dunk by Paul George. Those are always nice to see, and that gives Olcatas a 2-0 lead. So maybe Kikin knew what he was doing after all. Maybe he just feels comfortable playing for Paul George and just likes his style of play. Just to refresh your memory a little bit, there's going to be the digital part of the game will last until one of the teams will score 19 points. So they can technically play forever, but we sure hope it's not going to take them a lot of time to get to the magical number of 19. But it sure might take them a while, given the fact that both teams have very little experience when it comes to digital basketball. But how about Paul George kicking it? He's just ripping it out there. And I'm sure the fans love it. We all love buckets, but those huge dunks are really what we came for into the game. Steph Curry tries to get to the rim, and he gets fouled on. Now remember, you can foul as many times as you like. The fouls will not be counted. It would just reset possession for your team. And these are 40-second possessions, really long ones. So if you want to try something different every time, you sure can do that. Antetokounmpo doesn't get a friendly roll, and the ball goes back into play. Olkatas are up 3-0. Booker trying to get to the rim, and he does, and he passes it for Paul George to make another dunk. 4-0 for the Guatemalan side. Antananarivo are sure having a slow start in this game, but they will get the next possession. Marco plays it to Ricky, and there's a foul called on the play. So possession will have to be reset. Kolkatas have several players who are very well known in Guatemala. A couple of them played for Villanueva. Actually, one of them who plays for Devin Booker, Mario Reyes. He's a 23-year-old player, and he still plays for Villanueva. And like I said, his partner Kikin, or Enrique Samaya, who plays for Paul George and showing us those huge dunks. He's 42 years old. I mean, there's no age limit when it comes to digital basketball, but it's just fun to see how a player from older generation is the one who was trusted with the gamepad. And maybe he spent quite a lot of time playing digital basketball, given the flair in his game early in this one. But how about that? Antananarivo finally awake, and they got 3 points straight up. Enrique Samoa gets another bucket for his team. And now it's 5-3 for the Guatemalan side. The game is certainly picking up pace as the players get more comfortable by a second. A huge dunk by Giannis Antetokounmpo. Booker with the ball beyond the arc, gets to the rim, goes for the dunk, and it doesn't go in. It goes back into play, and there's a chance for Antananarivo to tie it. Steph Curry for the lead, and he misses the bucket, and Holkatas will get the rebound. Paul George, will we see another dunk out of him? He's got no energy left, but he's got no one in front of him, and that's an easy bucket for him, giving Holkatas a 6-4 lead. Ricky with the ball, he plays for Giannis Antetokounmpo, finds Steph Curry who gets an open look, and he gets the bucket. That's good for 2 points. So tie game. We're all tied up at 6 now. Kikin has the ball. He plays for Paul George. Tries to muscle his way to the rim. Unable to do that, so he plays it back to Devin Booker. That's got to be the first appearance of this of Devin Booker's avatar at the tournament. A very interesting choice of player. Devin Booker is good for 2 from beyond the arc. No one around him.
He's looking to add to the scoreboard,
which made it a lot easier for him to get those 2 points. Holkatas are back in possession. They're up by 1 now. Booker gets to the rim with the rock, and he smashes it in, improving his team's lead to 2 points. Like I said, early in the tournament, Holkatas lost to a Liga Pro team, a Russian team, in the digital part of the competition, 19-10. So they're just 1 point away from matching that result. Kikin gets the ball behind the arc, tries to get to the rim. There's 2 players in white jerseys in front of him, but Devin Booker goes over 2 blocks, just can't connect. Paul George gets the rebound, and that resets the possession time. Paul George outsmarts his opponent, gets to the rim, and scores a very beautiful bucket. Antetokounmpo plays it back to Steph Curry for two, and it's good from downtown for Steph Curry. Marco Rakataval is playing for Steph. Paul George goes for two, goes in and out. Now Steph Curry will get right back to the rim and gets an easy layup. That gives Kolkata's an 11-10 lead. Booker with the pump fake, gives it to Paul George. Paul George gets to the basket, but is unable to get his shot in. Steph Curry, he's got the hot can. He gets to the rim and he scores. That gives Antananarivo 12-10 lead. Devin Booker with all the moves finds wide open Paul George. He goes for two and he gets it. That's good to tie it up. 12-all is the score. Giannis gets to the rim, gets the pass, and stuffs it in. It sure looks like it's going to be a tight race to 19 points in this one. And we're going to have to see if one of the teams will go for 20 points, because remember, whoever scores 19 wins, but say you scored 18 points and you get possession. If you go for 2 points, you'll win the game and get the extra point to carry over into the physical part of the competition. Steph Curry goes for two. He's good. He's got the hot hand. He had no one around him. So in fact, it was a pretty easy shot for a player like Steph Curry with all his stats to make. Devin Booker fools everyone, gets to the basket, and gets the slam dunk. Curry again plays it to Antetokounmpo. That was a pretty easy shot to make. And Antananarivo just 3 points away from winning the digital part of the competition. Devin Booker gets to the basket, doesn't shoot, hands it off to Paul George. Back to Booker it goes. Booker back to Paul George. Still plenty of time remaining on the shot clock. It's going to be a very different scenario once we get to the hard floor, because in the physical part of the competition, possessions are only 12 seconds long. Steph Curry for alley-oop, and they score of it. What a beauty. That gives Antananarivo a 4-point lead, and they're just 2 points away from the win. And Ricky Samaya will go for two, and he's good. He's right on the money. It is going to be a tight race, in fact. Just 2 points separating the two teams. Steph Curry hands it off to Antetokounmpo, gets the ball back, and he's fouled on. So that will reset the shot clock. And Antananarivo will get the next possession. Goes out of bounds. So Antananarivo will still be in possession once the game resumes. They're just one bucket away from winning the digital competition if they can make a 2-point shot count. Steph Curry gets the ball. He's behind the arc. He's scoring 1 point from the 3-second zone. So next bucket for Antananarivo wins the game. That puts Kolkata's in a very difficult situation.
Come to me.
They need to score two 2-pointers and then stop Antananarivo's next possession. Paul George gets the bucket. That's good for 1 point. Now Kolkata's have to defend. Antetokounmpo gives it back to Steph Curry from downtown, and it's good. So the final score of the digital part of the competition is 20-16 in favor of Antananarivo, team from Madagascar. That was certainly entertaining to watch. Maybe not the most skilled two teams out there, but they're sure put on a show for us all to enjoy. Now, the game between Antananarivo and Helkatas might not be the one that exactly that you circled when you looked at the schedule today. Enrique Samayo will stay on the hard floor, and he'll be joined by David Monterroso, a former Guatemalan international, and Mario Reyes will be on the substitute. 4 games in digital basketball today in Kazan, and the one that we're witnessing right now between Helkatas and Antananarivo is certainly not the flashiest one of the 4 of the quartet. But come on, where else in the world are you going to see Guatemala take on Madagascar? That's just quite a matchup, quite a headline, in fact. And it sure is fun to watch. Rikley Lubaki remains on the court, as well with Marco Rakotoval. These are the 2 players that represented Antananarivo in the digital part of the competition, and they won it by 4 points. Will it be enough to get the W overall? We're getting ready for the physical basketball to start. The refs making their way onto the floor, where they will be joined by both teams. It might be just a game, but it's not just a game for these guys. They made it all the way to Kazan, and they did not make it to Kazan to lose, that's for sure. It'll be fun to watch David Monterroso wearing number 25 for Helkatas. Like I said, a former Team Guatemala player. Yaroslav Blokov and Alexander Malinin are your referees. And it will be Antananarivo who will get the first possession, following the coin flip. So they are in the lead. They're 4 points ahead. It's probably not going to be enough to keep Helkatas at bay, because even though Helkatas lost to Liga Pro team, they did score 16 points in the physical competition. But then again, Antananarivo, in their loss to Paris Phygital, they did a lot better in physical part of the game than in the digital. In fact, the difference was 6 points in digital in that loss to 16 points in physical basketball. Long shot at 10. The clock runs out, and it's Helkatas who get the rebound. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Monterroso gets to the rim, and he gets fouled on. First team foul for Antananarivo. Pretty blatant one at that too. And since it was during shooting motion, Monterroso gets a free throw, and he makes it count. That's the first point of Phygital basketball. The next shot is good for 2. How about that? Antananarivo are in the lead on the hard floor, following this 2-pointer by Marco, wearing number 10. That's an air ball. They try to score as the clock runs out, and they do, right up to the buzzer, but the shot was taken right before the buzzer, so the bucket counts. Foul called on the play. And that's going to be, it goes against Antananarivo team. And once again, it was David Monterroso who drew the foul. Monterroso has the rock, muscles his way to the rim, pump fake, he goes for the shot, and it gets blocked. Great chance for Lubaki, but he decided not to go for the 2-pointer. Instead, he plays it to the 3-second zone, and there's another foul called on the play. I believe that's going to be the first team foul for Holcaras, team representing Guatemala. Just over a minute is gone in the physical part of the game. Monterroso gets an elbow to the face, it would seem. He goes down on the floor hard. That was definitely a foul. It's not an elbow to the face, but still something you would like to avoid in the future. Monterroso gets his second free throw of the night. He's 1 for 1. And he's 1 for 2. Marco gets the handoff, goes for 2 points, and it's no good. Looks like another foul was called against Antananarivo. Holcaras are yet to pick up a team foul in this one. They're playing a pretty clean game. Marco with the layup, and it's good. Monterroso guarded by 2. And that might have been a 3-second zone violation, as we get another look from under the basket at this layup by Marco Rakotavao. I just love saving these Madagascarian names. Don't get to use it very often. For 2, and it's no good. Missing the bucket was Rikley Lubaki. 27-year-old, 198 centimeters in height. Long range shots are not really his forte. Layups are. He's really great on the basket. And he just put his skill on display. 2.5 minutes are gone from the clock as Holcaras get 1 point with a close range shot. Marco goes for 2, and he's right on the money. Great shot to improve his team's lead to 27-18. The game will end when one of the teams gets to 39 points or when the clock is going to run out. Still plenty of time remains on the board, over 4 minutes. So we're not even halfway through. How about that block? Looked especially great from that camera angle. Team fouls are 4-0 in favor of Antananarivo, but it's actually not in their favor. If they go over 6, every other foul is going to be followed by a free throw for Holcaras. Holcaras are down by 9. Marco will start this possession. He gives it off to Aziz. Marco goes for the layup, no good. And Monterroso plays it to Mario Reyes, who's got quick feet. And he gets the bucket. That's actually a debut at the tournament and in digital basketball for Marco Reyes, because he represented his team in the digital part of the game as well. Professional basketball player, never played digital, at least when money is on the line. Marco fakes it, and the ball will go out of bounds with 3 minutes and 26 seconds remaining on the clock. And there's 5.6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. That's not a lot of time to take a shot away. And it looks like we got a timeout. Let's hear what the players have to say.
Un tiro hemos tomado, yo fui. Ah, ya. ¿Se metió triples otra vez? Pero fue jugaste un tablerazo, pero teníamos la mano arriba. Tres triples. Cambiemos. Hay que salir agresivo. Okay.
David Monterroso is panting heavily during this timeout. He's doing a lot of work out there. He loves to muscle his way to the basket, and that takes a lot of energy. Especially given the format of the tournament. You get a ball possession almost every 5 to 6 seconds. Monterosso goes for a classic jumper, and he gets the bucket, bringing his team back to 8-point differential. And now he forces Marco to go out of bounds with the ball. 4 seconds remains on the shot clock, which means Antananarivo will have to develop play quickly. They go for 2 points. That was a decent look, but Lubaki couldn't bury it. And now Enrique Samoa plays it back to Monterosso. Open look. Is it good for 2 points? It is. Olcadas are coming back. It's now just a 6-point differential with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining to play in the physical part. Olcada's got 4 players on the roster, but there's only 3 participating in tonight's game. Number 42, Marcus Rendell Fayusan, is not taking part in the game. He's actually not a Guatemalan player, but an American player on this Guatemalan team.
Yo no la voy a forzar, ¿viste? Va? No. ¿Te dejan? Recuperate, la voy a tirar porque estamos abajo. Vamos. Vamos. Cambio agresivo. ¿Vas a descansar, Javier? ¿Ah? Cambio agresivo. Sí, seguro. ¿Quién sale? ¿Quién sale? Yo voy a...
I wonder how big of an advantage Antananarivo team has being able to substitute more players. Aziz with a pump fake and an easy bucket. There improves the score to 29-22. Once again, a 7-point differential. Marco Reyes gets fouled on before he got a shot away. So Holcades will get the next possession. That was a beauty to watch. Aziz hands it off to Lubaki, and another foul is called on the play. It's going to go against Holcades. That'll be their 3rd team foul. And a team from Madagascar will get the possession. Lubaki gets fouled on again. .206 remains to be played in the game. Now keep in mind, if we're going to have a tie score at the end of the game, we will proceed into the series of free throws. Each team will get 3 free throws. That's something to keep in mind. Look at Aziz. Trying to get under the skin of Marco Reyes. And we might be getting another timeout. Let's take a look at this last play. David Monterosso was able to get the bucket, and he might have got fouled on as well on that play. He was, so he'll get a chance for a 2-point play, and he gets the bucket, so it's a 2-point play for David Monterosso, who's really been the star of the physical part of the competition. The ball goes out of bounds. Antananarivo team have already picked up 16 fouls. Aziz has the ball. Hands it off to Marco. Marco for 2 points, and is good from beyond the arc. That makes it 32-24 with 1:20 on the clock. Aziz with a huge block against David Monterosso, who gets the ball back. goes for the jumper and is good for 1 point just as the time was expiring. Marco. Pick and roll by Aziz. Aziz gets the ball in the 3-second territory. Now Marco with a fake move, he gets to the rim and he runs out of time, as he didn't go for the shot and decided to pass it to Aziz. How about that block by Aziz on David Monterosso? Almost came out of nowhere. I believe the ball hit David Rosso in the head too, so that's why he went down so hard, grabbing his head.
Hello.
And hello to you too, Aziz. Antananarivo are in the lead with very little time remaining on the clock. Can David Rosso and his teammates turn it around? Rosso. Several fake moves and the ball rolls back into play out of the basket, but a foul is called on the play. That's 7th foul for Antananarivo, and David Monterosso will go back to the free throw line. 7-point differential right now. And he doesn't score. He'll get another attempt, obviously. Looking to bring his team back to within 6, and he does. Marco hands it off to Lubaki. Marco for 2 points, no good. David Monterosso with the rebound. Goes hard to the rim. 5 seconds on the shot clock, and traveling violation is called against Holkatas. Possibly the first traveling call we've seen all day. Marco gets fouled on, and Holkatas, they're only 6 points away, but they're running out of time. There's about 20 seconds remaining on the clock now. Marco for 2, and it's good from downtown. Corner to Monterosso. Hits the glass, and the ball goes out of bounds. Just 8 seconds remaining on the clock. And Holkatas team are still down by 6. This is not looking good for them. They need to get 3 2-pointers in a row, and they will have to foul. There just isn't enough time. Madagascar team sent out Lubaki and Aziz. And the latter was pretty good defensively in the physical part of the game. So he gets the nod quite deservedly. Holkatas will get the possession. Going for 2, and it's no good, as there's only 3 seconds remaining on the clock. And the buzzer goes off. Aziz will get the final shot. He'll miss the bucket, but it doesn't matter, because Antananarivo team still take it away as they beat the opposition, the Guatemalan side. 34-26 is your final score. But most importantly, Antananarivo defeated the opposition in both cyberspace and real space. A well-deserved victory for Madagascar team, especially following that heavy loss to Paris Digital a couple of days ago. They sure stepped up their digital game, and they were just as good on the hard floor as they were 2 days ago. That's their first victory of the tournament. And as for Holkatas, they're 0 for 2 in Kazan these days. Let's take a look at some highlights from the physical part of the game. Couple of huge blocks on this one. That was won by David Monterosso. And how about those 2-pointers by Marco Rocco Taval, a 22-year-old sniper from long range. That's a layup by Rocco Taval. He was definitely the best player on his team. At the very least, he had the most points for Antananarivo. And even though David Monterosso was stellar tonight, that just wasn't enough. And Helkatas loses the second game in a row. But it was a close battle in the physical and digital. 4 points separating the two teams in both parts of the game. So if you're a fan of basketball, I'm sure you enjoyed this matchup just as much as I did. And how about that defensive play by Aziz, Ibrahim Aziz, wearing number 11. Close battle right till the end, but it was Antananarivo who proved to be the better team in both physical and digital space, outscoring the opposition by 4 points in each of the 2 parts of the competition, and got a very well-deserved victory. 34-26 is your final in this one. Back to you guys.
Yeah, some top-class athleticism seen there, and it is good for the Madagascar boys. They will progress to the last 16 now tomorrow. No rest for the wicked. We'll show you who they're up against a little bit later this hour, but it is goodbye to Helkatas, going back to Guatemala. So despair, delight, it's a very fine line. We heard from both sets of players right after that match wrapped up. Let's take a listen.
So you've just come off the court. How was today's game for you?
First of all, here is a lot of opportunity and a lot of talent. I'm blessed to be here, and for the game, it's very hard for me because the pressure of my mind and of my country is very loud, very loud. But if we must be win this game. To have the opportunity to move forward for the digital tournament.
Is there many people watching back home and supporting you, cheering you on?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy because I feel like in my country, but I shoot the ball, but my teammate mark the ball, everybody clap, and I feel good to be here, and I love Russia.
Is it your first time in Russia?
Yeah, it's the first time in Russia, and I never seen the country like that.
What were you expecting when you came to Russia, and how is it for you? How are the people? How is the weather? It's pretty cold, right?
Yes. In Russia, I don't have an opportunity to visit all of the countries, because I have 30 minutes, 1 hour to go and back in here in Expo in my hotel, and I feel the people here is not speaking, but he talk to me everywhere I do, everywhere I buy the coffee like that. They talk to me every time. But I think here is like how to say that, like a little paradise.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
So you like it?
Yeah, I like it so much.
How are you finding the tournament? Are you enjoying yourself? Is it what you expected? Is it bigger than what you thought it would be, the digital games?
The digital game is the new experience for me. Because the digital game, that's the first time I saw it, the first time I know, but there are a game like this. But I'm very, very surprised to see when you play the game, when you have development here with the game, and when the digital the game and the code, that's at the same time, but you have a relation for the two types of game.
Do you think your team can win this tournament?
Me, in my team, Antananarivo, you're gonna win this. everywhere. I don't know how to say that. Whenever we are here, we are here to play and visit Russia. But the first time we're gonna be here is to fight to win the digital game.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So guys, how did the game go for you today, and what tactics can you change to get a better result next time?
It was well, for the first part, we had a good time. It was fun because this is a great event. But this is our second opportunity, and we lost today. You know, going forward, you know, if I'm fortunate to come back, I would say that, you know, we just got to play them better. You know, yesterday, you know, for the physical part, you know, we did a lot of training, but we mostly focused on the digital part. So, you know, this is my first time playing 2K. I haven't played video games in a long time, but now that I know I can make some money from it, I'm going to buy me a PlayStation after this, and I'm going to practice.
And how important do you think is that combination of the digital and the physical, and important to prepare both aspects? Because obviously it's the total score that matters at the end of the day, right? Which element have you focused on in your preparation?
We need to improve in digital part. We permit too many shots. We cannot convert the open shots. And in the court, we need to improve in defense. We don't play a good defense today and in the whole tournament. In my second time here, and a bad flavor on my mouth because we lost all the digital games. It's too important winning both, you know.
And is it your first time in Russia?
No, this is my first time in Russia.
This
is his second time.
Second. And how are you finding Kazan? How have you found Russia? Was it what you expected?
It wasn't, because, you know, originally I'm from America, and everyone tells me, oh, like, you know, be careful in Russia, you know, they don't like Americans, it's not safe. But I love Kazan, I love Russia. It was a great time.
Yeah. And is it your first time in Kazan, at least?
Second time in Kazan.
Second time.
Second time in Kazan. I have one thing to say is Kazan is hologram, too hologram. I love the people here. They treat us good. I love the organization of the tournament. I love all the technologies in here, and it's a dream for me to be here. And I hope came here again in October, and maybe.
Yeah, saying it was cold in Moscow. But look, well done to the boys from Madagascar. Yeah. They live to fight another day, don't they, in Kazan? Although those boys from Alcatis from Guatemala do go home, but he is going to use whatever money he's earned from this tournament to buy himself a PlayStation. I would say that was probably a fundamental before the tournament started, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's look, it's a new tournament, so people are learning, aren't they, as they go along? And I'm sure by the next one in 2 years' time, maybe he'll be back and very sharp on that console.
And pretty gallant in defeat as well, I have to give it.
Yeah, they all are. I tell you what, when you speak to them afterwards, very respectful and give honest interviews, it's enjoyable to listen to.
They're enjoying the technological aspect of it as well. It's brand new for them, of course, as he was saying, the gaming. But they're willing to merge that because, as he says, money is involved. It's a good incentive to have.
It is. Talking of which, right now, if I put it in the most basic terms, 8 people are playing each other on a computer game for $350,000.
Yeah, focuses the mind.
Let's get more details. It is the Dota final, one of the most lucrative esports out there, one of the most popular, and thousands of people have gathered in the Kazan Expo Arena to see the Dota final, which is taking place there at the moment. Our man is there too, Tim Kirby. Tim, this has been played for just over, it started probably just under 2 hours ago. How is it going so far?
Correct, and in fact, the first round went about 40-some minutes, 42 if memory serves me correctly, with Extreme going ahead. This is going to be a best-of-3 event, and so Extreme has the big lead. They just picked their new roster of characters. As I explained last time we talked, with this game, each team picks an individual hero for each player before the match starts. However, this time there's no squirrels and pandas, but when someone picked a particular dwarf, the audience went insane. I don't quite know why, but the reaction was kind of like, oh no, he didn't. He picked the dwarf? what? And there was a roar of laughter and applause across the crowd. So maybe that's a very risky maneuver. I don't know, but I appreciate a good risky daring maneuver, or at least memeability in my gameplay. So
it also
yeah,
suggests,
everyone seems happy, but it's a big league.
It also suggests that people know the game very well. I mean, the people that are turning up to watch this Dota final, it's not just out of curiosity. They are big fans and they know how it's played.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whenever there's essentially, you know, on the screen, there's maybe like a double kill, right? They explode. And it seems like a lot of the people in the audience, they kind of know when it's coming. Like, I'll hear this sort of noise of like, oh, right before someone launches all their, their alt powers to bring out dark vortexes, lightning from the sky, and all these other energy particle effects all at once. So I'll put it this way, when there's a ton of particle effects on the screen, that's when someone is getting smoked.
And in terms of the numbers that are there watching, Tim, what would you say? A couple of thousand? Is it hard to judge exactly?
I don't know. With this theater, it is maximum capacity. I mean, every seat is filled. I'd have to say, yeah, it's a few thousand people for sure. And obviously, as you might guess, when it comes to hardcore Dota action, not many guys brought their girlfriends, but that's okay. Every seat is full, and that's what counts.
And just go on then. Just in terms of the cross section, is it just many sort of young males then that are there, or is there there's not a cross section of families that have turned up? It's quite interesting to know the profile.
Well, I've seen a lot of kids across the event. The kids definitely like all the different little activities and stuff and games you can play. But this game is not so much for the kids. During hockey, there were a ton of kids, tons of kids and families. This event seems to be more your sort of single or married without kids yet guy, age 18 to 32, 33. So I'm feeling a bit grandpa-ish here, but yeah, it's definitely a different crowd. Hockey, I think, brought the most diversity.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, look, Tim, really good to talk to you. We'll be keeping across things, but thanks for the update so far. That was Tim Kirby at the Kazan Expo. Interesting what he said there about the people that are turning up to watch it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's talking there about at the vanguard of gaming and what's happening right now. But he also got the chance earlier, didn't he, to indulge a little bit in the Tim of old, maybe the Tim Kirby when he was growing up, what games really got him. I think there's a piece we can look at now, him enjoying himself right in his element.
Gosh, I played a lot of this game as a kid, but that doesn't mean that I'm any good at it. So, but this is probably like the most memorable first stage of any video game. Everyone when I was a kid loved Contra, because it was like based on all the cool 80s action movies. And also, if you put in the 30 lives code, you could beat it in like a half hour. So it was kind of a good game for that. I think that's the fire power-up. We're gonna not, oh, it's the spreader power-up. All right, the best, no, not the fire. No, the fire is terrible, no. Okay, there we go, no fire. Yep, spreader, best gun in any game. And this game's nice because it doesn't have a timer. A lot of the games back in the Nintendo days had timers. But anyways, you know, when I was a kid and these games were new, there was no competitive gaming, really. I mean, there was competitive gaming with, like, your buddies on the weekend, but, yeah. So video games have come a long way. But it's kind of cool that they still have a respect for the granddad of shooting games, because if it wasn't for Contra, there wouldn't be any Counter-Strike. That's for darn sure. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. I've kind of pinned myself down here. See, that's the realism. I'm actually pinning myself in. Oh, come on. All right, there we go. Take out that guy. Oh, no. We'll shoot from over here. All right, there we go. I don't know how people speedrun this game, because some people can blaze through this in like 11 minutes or something. I never could. I have to go slow and steady. All right, come on, baby. Come on, there we go. There we go. All right. I still got the magic.
Well done, Tim. Do you remember your first computer game?
My first computer game was on the Spectrum, Manic Miner, and then my first console was a Super Nintendo. You?
Super Nintendo. I played 3D Monster Maze on the ZX81.
Around the same time as the Spectrum?
A couple of years before, maybe.
Yeah.
I remember my dad got a ZX80. It lasted about 2 weeks, I think, before it broke. Then he got a ZX81.
Upgraded. Nice.
Upgraded with a RAM pack of 16K.
And what was your first console?
An Intellivision, which wasn't the Atari that I asked for, but any sort of big fan out there might know Intellivision was famous because it had a football game, and it was the first one where the man actually ran in motion, as opposed to he actually... his legs and arms moved.
Tomorrow, I'm going to put you in the spot and ask you for your all-time favorite computer game as well. I'll give you tonight to think about it.
Yeah, I'll put my thinking hat on.
You can think about that. But as you can see, maybe joining us live in the studio is our man that knows all about the latest in computer gaming, Mr. Seva. Seva, hello to you.
Hello there.
Battle Tanks, it's a big day today as well. We've reached the semi-final stage.
Exactly, we've reached semi-finals. We've got already one game finished between Beyond and Who Cares, and another game between Enemy and Solitaire, much anticipated, I would say, because two very strong teams with some prominent names, and it has to start in like some minutes, if not seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who won out the first semi-final then?
The first semi-final, as for me, don't get me wrong, I wanted to see this game as well, but just a little bit of background for you. Beyond and Who Cares are two teams represented at Games of the Future, but Beyond, compared to Who Cares is like a tier 2, I would say, team, whereas Team Beyond is a tier 1. So Beyond is a level higher, on a higher level than Who Cares, and everyone would anticipate Beyond to quickly win this match, provided that they've won their group stage almost every game, and they've put on a good show. They showed very good performance, very good communication, whereas Who Cares also did their best. They actually won yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. They were fighting in Synergy Oil Gas, and yesterday a majority of people were anticipating Synergy Oil Gas to win, but Who Cares? Actually, they turned it over and took the match. But today,
and they're in the lead at the moment as well.
I think, yeah, that's the game.
From those highlights.
Yes, we have here Team Who Cares and Team Beyond, and as you can see, the score tells us it's 2-2. Two teams were going even Steven, actually, and that was a surprise already, because Team Beyond should have taken almost every map of that game, but they started to lose pretty quickly, and a little spoiler again, Who Cares started to win the match after match and made it to score 4-2 in favor of Who Cares, and everyone was shocked. I was shocked actually, because Who Cares have put on like I can't even find proper words to explain it, because the amount of effort they've put in their game, the quality of communication and the tactics they implemented is like, it's beyond understanding.
And they're both Russian-Belarusian mixed teams, right?
Yes, exactly.
And just to point out, they're trying to destroy their enemy's base. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, they're trying to destroy.
Key theme.
Yeah, not to destroy the base, but to take it over.
Take it over. Okay.
Yeah, or basically to destroy the other team, the enemy team.
Now, just okay, we can go live to the final now, I think, as well, and we can have a look at that. But this is Enemy against Solitaire. Now, Solitaire, I know we were a big team you were talking about all the way through the week, so no real surprise then that they are in the final. But what about Enemy 2? Who's the favourite here for the final?
I would say Team Enemy is... Well, it's actually a tough one, because Team Enemy and Team Solitaire are very good players. They've got some good training, and they've been around for like quite a while, so to say. But the game is going to be interesting not only because there are some professional teams represented here, but also they are long-standing rivals, actually. So there's, and I would say not a good rivalry, like not a competition between two teams, but I would say a rivalry, because there have been some situations between the players on a personal level, of course, and on the team level as well. So they've been competing with each other for, well, a lot of time, but also some personal issues between the team players also takes its toll. So
I don't mind a little bit of that, a little bit of knife, a little bit of banging heads together. It makes it all the more interesting.
Exactly.
This is the early stage of the game, isn't it? So generally, what happens in the early stages?
Yeah, it's the game's just started actually. So we see that Team Enemy is dominating on the map.
Color? Oh, right. Sansa are the.
Sansa is purple, and Team Enemy is yellow. We can see the proportions of the HP, the health points. We've got almost 7,000 on the side of Team Enemy, and slightly above 3,000 in Team Sansa. So in this case, you could see Team Enemy actually defends their positions. So those on the mini-map on the right bottom screen, there's a mini-map, and it shows 2 points on the map. Those are their bases. And in this particular scenario, they have to defend their positions, and whereas Team Sansa has to, well, has to attack them and to capture their bases. But judging by the pure health points comparison, Team Enemy dominated that map, and I would pretty much anticipate that we'll see Team Enemy to be in grand finale, but that's my own take, and it is a very good game to see. I think it's going to be one of the most fascinating games of the past time, basically.
Right. Okay, well, look, thank you very much, so much for coming in, Seva, to explain all this to us. As we say, that's just going on right now. So is the Dota final, and you can keep across all these latest developments by going to our website at Games of the Future, and you can watch these streamed live across all of our platforms too. Now, we've got a graphic for you to talk about tomorrow, because it's all going ahead. Still, we've got the Tanks final, that will be there, but we've also got basketball, that's into the last 16. Robots, I can tell you too, that will be into the quarterfinals, and then the football. The action continues in the group stages. What's been your pick so far today?
Well, just to point out as well, we know who the teams actually will be now in those last 16 matches in the basketball. You've got Paris Phygital versus Ramboot Esports, who I was very impressed with. Ramboot are across a lot of different esports we saw today, not just in basketball. And Exponenta team versus Antananarivo, that Madagascar all-action, big, hard-hitting squad, that team from Madagascar. So, yeah, that's happening tomorrow, all those matches. To be honest, the Brazilian soccer teams, I was impressed with today, just the way that they got the job done. Some of them mightn't have been the very best at gaming, but when it went onto the actual pitch, they knew how to do it when it mattered.
They did. I did like Lokomotiv, though, who got the better, didn't they, of Junto.
Yeah.
And look, these are 2 elements of the game, aren't they? You can play nice, silky football, or you can defend hard and get stuck in and try and nick it. And that's exactly what they did, and they achieved it. They got the victory. So we enjoyed that one. I've enjoyed the robots, the flippers, the flippers, the hammers.
The hammers, and the other one that...
The spinners,
the spinners, which just
spinners,
destroys
okay.
everything.
So our tip is, if you're a betting person, bet on the spinners. They seem to be doing quite well. So we've got that to look forward to today.
It's all happening.
It's all happening. It's just coming up to 9:30 here where we are. We hope you're enjoying it where you are, and you're going to join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.